Hello, everybody. Hello, Fruitback, Quetzal, Kiwi, Ark, Rhino, Fox, Hualian. Hello, everybody. How is everyone doing today? Oh my god,
Ketsa one
Quetzal,
pallet
thank
love, Ketsa one
you.
pallet love, Ketsa one 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 pallet love.
Maybe I should have BLT ignore emotes. But thank you, Quetzal, so much for subbing with Prime for 8 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you. I wonder if there's a setting I can do. Because I liked having BLT read stuff out. I thought that would be fun. Let's see. Subscriptions. It doesn't say. Well, that's okay. I hope you're having a wonderful day, everyone. I'm a little sleepy, but we're here nonetheless. And I'm excited to be here. I have a little bit of work to do first thing today. But other than that, I think I'd like to do some art. I think that's my plan. We have no D&D today because friends have plans and hospital stuff. Save me from the snow, give me the snow. Give me your snow. Gib can have the snow for you. I can take your snow if you would like. Oh, my brain got so sleepy. Brain. Also, I think I found a rare, really good English cover of one of the most goated anime openings. Oh, what is it? We're supposed to get like 18 inches or something. Damn, give me some. Give me like 9. We can split it in half. I'd like some. But what was I gonna talk about? Thank you for the song request. I need to take my meds. That'll help me focus. So it's cold again today, even though my windows are closed. I made advancedgg today, but it has CBD in it, so I can't, or THC, both. Is it both? It's CBD. Yeah, it's CBD. So I can't. I actually drank a little bit of it. It was just a sip though. So I Stripes. Sorry, I just took my meds. What's up, Stripes? Welcome on in. How's your Friday? Hello. Um, but yeah. So, but it's okay. We're good. Um, but yeah, I'm a little EBU, but let me know what y'all think. I pretty good. Just wet and cold outside. Understand. Today is like cold, but it's like cold and windy, but it's like it's nice outside. Like it's sunny. It's sunny, but it's cold. Copy. Oh my god, I got a so I was like, I don't know what I want to eat for breakfast, but we got bagels yesterday, so I was gonna make another bagel today. And then I got this TikTok of um I got this TikTok of a woman that made like an omelet egg bagel. Stripes, thank you for sharing your streak with me. I appreciate it. But she made like this omelet egg bagel and it was like really fucking good looking. And oh man, I wanted it so bad. But then I went to go make it and then my brain was like, girl, we ain't making fucking omelet bagels today. That's just not how it's gonna be. Like it was like an egg sandwich bagel thing, and I'm like, yeah. Cause I don't know how to make omelets. I don't know how to make a lot of things, and omelets are one of those things. Okay, so I can close that. I gotta go back in here though. Because I got some stuff to do for Enshrine today. I think they wanted to lower the second page by like 5%, I think. make it 20 instead. I almost. File, export, ignore, continue, enshrined, export, yes. Some muffin at 40. Let's see, update with lighter. Okie dokie. My brain is thinking really hard, but it's really hard for my brain to think. My hands are so cold. If you guys had breakfast today, what did you guys have for breakfast? Yeah, this is the one, yeah. Okay. I think this one just could be here. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else I want to add for this right now. I think cinnamon raisin toast. Oh my god, bro. That brought back memories. I remember when I was younger, my mom, one time we went to Walmart and she's like, oh, you know, do you want to try this like new bread? And I'm like, what bread did we get? And she bought like cinnamon raisin toast and oh, that shit was so good warm. Oh, I want some cinnamon. Oh, cinnamon raisin toast sounds so good. I love cinnamon raisin toast. It's so good. I know, like a warm but like delicately sweet bread with like just a little bit, just a little bit sweet. It just it hit different. It hit different. It's really nice. I have a thing. Is it in here? Yes. Okay. So let me look at this. Oh, I like that idea. That's sick. Let's see, class B. Is this English? No, I think it's Italian. Our artist is Italian, so I think sometimes he writes notes in Italian. Wait, no, it could be in English. Color. No, I can't read that. I'm sorry, Sam, but I can't read it. Oh, so this is like gray paper. Ooh. Ooh. Environment creatures class A. Prop illustrations, anatomical drawings. Doggy! He put doggy in here. Ah, this is an example of A class, B class, and C class drawings. Okay. And this is an example. Oh, wait, did he draw this? Yo, did Saba draw this? I hope he liked it. I did. It was very nice. I liked it quite a bit. Did he do these sketches too? Holy shit. Saba kind of fire. This is the way of the mom monk. Example chart of the ascendant. Yeah, I quite like this. What is this? Wait, what is this? Whoa! Whoa! These are like diagrams that he drew. Whoa! Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. Shit. Shit. Okay. 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 This is really cool. I think I liked the paper that we were using previously. So let me open Enshrined playtest. I need this one, which is the template. File save as, and then I'm gonna go folder. Layout v2. And then because I really liked, was it the second this border that Saba used? I like that he laid it out as well with the left and right pages. Yo, this is sick. Yo, I really like this. Mm. Mm. Okay, so maybe I need to, I think if that's the case, maybe I need to do the viewer in a 2-page view mode. View mode, split view. How do I do the thing where I can see multiple pages? I could just make a new one because I don't actually know how to make it. What do you mean my battery's dying? There's no way. What? I might actually need to get a new headset. Hold on, I want to do some research. Do you guys have any recommendation on Bluetooth headsets or wireless headset? Guys have any recommendations? Ah, I just had a medicine burp. Oh, it's so gross. It's like hot plastic in my mouth. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, God. I'm dying. This is it for me, chat. How many hours a day do you intend to wear the headset? Like 8 at the minimum? No, like 6 at the minimum. 10 at the maximum, probably. Not usually on the computer for more than 10 hours a day. Oh, my mouth. Oh, fucking bitch ass motherfucker. That tasted so bad. It's just this battery's headsets like keep dying, and I don't understand why. Because like my headsets are starting to give me headaches. Mine do a little bit, but I think that's just because I don't drink enough water. I don't think that has anything. I guess it kind of just depends. It just kind of depends. But like my headset batteries are just like they're giving out, and I don't know what to do. 70. Holy shit, devouring! Thank you for sharing your streak with me. Holy shit, that is the biggest streak we got right now. I think. I'm still impressed though by anyone who can become in double digits. To be honest. Best wireless headset. They don't have it on Amazon though. Best upper mid-range, best mid-range. I'm really protective of the streak. That's fair. I think a lot of people are, to be fair. A wireless headset. I don't need a mic. No mic. Wireless headphones for gaming, no mic required. I need a recovery second. Oh my god, I burped over my fucking medicine and now I feel like the Pro X wireless. Super happy with them. Great for gaming, but I still do 1 hour to listen to my wife. I do 1 ear, 1 out as well. I don't really want leather though. I want fabric. I like the fabric muffs better. Ugh. I was so mad. I was at like 15 and missed it and had to start over, but I'm back up to 10. Now let's fucking go. It's okay. I think it's a very weirdly like addictive thing. Both have removable mics delivery next week. Currently, I'm using the Razer 9 and Steel 7 as well. Mine have pleather and are falling apart. Same. Especially the one that I wear off the ear. Interestingly enough, I was gonna fucked. I also use Logitech a lot. What are the ones? Creepcast was sponsored by ones. I'm pretty sure this game is long dead, but don't forget about YouTubers supposed to be able to Zocdoc scam. I just I think it was I have to go to the restroom. I think it was Turtle Beach. Hold on, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick, and if any of you have any suggestions on headphones, please let me know. But I'm gonna be right back. Forgot. Does Creepcast have like code? No. Okay, it was 10% off. Okay. Boo 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 boo. This is 700. They have it in blue. Cobalt blue. I kind of want to try these. Rank up to premiere from performance. PC and Bluetooth. How many of these ones been out though? Wireless headset with battery. Belkin? Belkin? What do people think about this one? Because it's pretty, but that doesn't mean a lot. Advice before buy. How good the sour is, but just not buy it. Seriously, had 3 pairs, each of them connection issue, one pair. Agreed. Damn. Damn. Oh gosh. Wireless headset for PC. Well, this has the adjustable headband that I like. Technology. Technology. $392. What the fuck do you mean $392? Excuse me? What? Why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? I don't understand. Fluxor magnets? Is it because there's Fluxor magnets in it? Here beyond. I've done some very big circles. Bruh. Why are they so expensive? Why are they so expensive? That's fucking crazy, bro. Now look at this guy's stuff. So appearance. Which one did he say? Did he have like what's the best one? Closing out. So closing out. Okay, we're watching this video together, I guess. Oh, I didn't realize it was going through my Spotify. I didn't know you guys could already hear it. Okay, so the flagship ones, I don't think we need high end. Let's maybe do mid tier maybe? I don't really care about the microphone though. Okay. I did like the Logitech ones. Wait, what's this one? Escape by Fractal Design. Do you like that? Can I take the fucking mic off? I'm not really into open backs. I'm not. How does he know this stuff? I wonder how much like what kind of training or like what kind of tests he does for these. Mm, that is a wide port. That was a wide port. Alright, let's look at mid. Oh, okay. let's look at best budget headsets. I had the G7 33s and they weren't bad. Okay. Okay, wait. So when does he talk about? I'm curious about the Logitech ones. Wait, what are these ones? This is a Steel Series. I'm moving away from Steel Series. Are you looking to get a new headphone? Yeah, yeah. Do you have any recommendations, Rusty? I'm like looking through them because I don't know. Best budget. I don't know if he says. Um, Jetmax, I'm right here, 2070. And this is the Soul 600s. I don't know. You sound like I have the opposite recommendation. Raycon Pro Series headphones are the worst thing if you. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take what not to get. I appreciate it. I mean, any information is good information, in my opinion. I like. The problem is, I feel like SteelSeries isn't as good as it used to be. That's why I'm a little like, oh, what the fuck? Those are weird looking headphones. He doesn't really say though, which is like the best per like. Well, he does kind of. I have a Steel Series. I have a Steel Series. I just like the leather is also like. I don't like the pleather on them. You want to watch this right now? I never skip a video. Interesting headphone recommendations. Uh. Hmm. Cause like everyone's like the Maxwell 2s. Bruh, the Maxwell 2s are fucking $300, bruh. Like look at this shit, guys. This is $329. I ain't spending $329 on a headset. On a headset? I don't know. I don't know. Guess we could look at mid-tier. And he said the Black Shark. I paid $250 for these pieces of garbage and I regret it. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, buddy. Mid-tier. He said it was the... Sorry, which one was it again? He said the Black Shark X headset. Oh, is this the same one? I don't like pleather ones. I might just go back. I'm gonna be honest. I might just go back. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, let me look at that. I don't know. Hi, Dog Twitters Monthly. How's it going? We're looking at headphones. Do you have any recommendations on headphones, Dog Twitter Monthly? Let's see. PC headsets. They said the Black Shark ones. Oh, thank you for the chicken, Rusty. Okay, this middle one looks like it has fabric, but I don't know. V3, I think. No, wait, which one? It's this one? Learn more. I don't really care about the headset. The microphone. Dual layered memory from cushions, adaptive swivel joint. Oh, it has a swivel joint. That's nice. Never used any high fidelity ones. They don't have to be super high fidelities. If there's any like wireless ones that you like. I just don't know which one I want. Cause like I will say the Steer series is nice in terms of like you have this thing. I don't have this one. But you have like this little box that like has rechargeable batteries. But like I don't know. I've had quite a few problems. I've had quite a few problems with Steel series. Personally. So I don't know if I really want to get Steel series again. You have a wired Steel series? That's fair. I want to go with wireless because I walk away from my PC quite a bit. And like when I leave to go to get a snack, I keep my headset on. So in case like anything happens, I know. 70 hours of battery life with Type-C charging. Gets 6 hours of play with just 15 minutes of charging. I mean, this doesn't look bad. I don't know. I don't remember why I'm looking at headsets. Oh, it's because this one's batteries are just shot. And if it can't hold a charge, it's gonna have to be wired. Look at Logitech again. Sharp headphones. PC. Wireless. Hi, Vex. Happy Friday. Welcome on in. I feel like the Astros would just not fit my head very well. So it's $100? Is it because he's got a light? Hi. For other brand name, but mine are Bluetooth wireless that I picked up for $60 at Office Depot. Yeah, if you get the name, you should definitely let me know. These ones are pretty though. But I don't really feel like I want to spend $100 on headset. What about... Astro A30. That's $179, bruh. Sword price low to high. Just normal Logitech. Does normal Logitech have any headphones? Oh, these look funny. Is being overthrown. Let's do Bluetooth. To push me. These ones look kind of comfy. The zone vibes look nice. They look comfy. Gone, 'cause they're calling, calling, calling me home. Calling, calling home. And it's under 100. Is this? Oh, I have different. Oh wow, there's pink and there's white. I'd get the black ones. Specs. That's so interesting. The ones that aren't made for gaming, their lifespan, their battery lifespan is so much shorter than like gaming ones. Gaming ones are like 70, 80 hours of life. And then if you look like non-gaming ones, it's like, oh, fucking 18 hours of life. So I find that very interesting that it's that different. All right, before I get too into that, which I already got a bit into it, I do need to do a bit of this. I flipped it. Oh, it's not the same. Yeah, I think that's better. Wait, I think this is also flipped. Gone. Unless my friend Steve Andrea has any Rex. Oh my gosh. I'm cold and I'm eepy. The gaming ones are probably have second battery. They count for the battery. Probably have a second battery. They count for the battery. A lot of, unlike Steel Series, a lot of them don't have like an external battery that you can just hot swap like Steel Series does. How do you view multiple pages? Look it up later. Page number. Yeah, and then open recent. No, I think this music's making me fall asleep. I did different music, chat. New Music Friday. What does this mean? I'm willing. I'm willing to try it. Give me this. And then this. Does this one have the margins? No, it does not. Oh, this one does. This one gets unlocked. Eh. Eh. Okay, I unlock this one. Why can't I unlock it? I think JBL. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, and these ones are only $60. And they have blue ones. I love them. Have you heard about their about and are in the path? I don't think I'm in. I don't know if Oregon is in the path of that. But are these comfy, by the way, dog sweater? Do you like these? Over ear. These over ear? On ear. Oh, the ones I got? They're nice. I wouldn't mind like an actually like good music one, I guess. Actually. Headphones? Over the ear, on the ear. Over the ear headphones. This one's pretty. Oh, these ones are like the ones that you have. But these are just over the ears. I like over the ears because my ears, I don't like it when they're on my ears. They're comfy. I have no real complaints on bad they are in there. It's not $149 on these ones. Currently unavailable. These are the ones that you have on ear. These ones are on ear. Why are the over the ears so much more expensive? Adaptive noise canceling over the ear, pure bass sound, lightweight. Wireless over the ear, true adaptive noise canceling up to 65 hours, and then the wireless over the pure bass sound. Lightweight and foldable design. Why are these ones the cheapest ones? They also have blue. What people think about this one? $76. I guess the only thing is that I have to make sure that with like that there's no what do you call it? I forget what they're called. It's like audio delay. Because with Bluetooth it takes time, you know, for Bluetooth to like translate sound and stuff. So I just have to make sure that there's none of that. Affinity Publisher 2-page view. Double click the Pages Studio. Guessing over the ear more comfy if you wear them a really long time. Yeah, I'm using the computer like at least 10 hours a day, so it's important that I can wear them for a long period of time. Spread, non-page spread. Document. How do I do that? Designer document setup. Huh? Document setup? This is fucking confusing. Documents. Okay, there we go. I'm so confused. I guess the master would go on both. Page 1 and 2. Spread, ambidextrous page count. Pages 2. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Delete master. This is the master. And then I'd go here. And grab these guys, put them here. This guy. I want the bottom accent. Put that guy there. Apply master to pages. All pages. Okay. Hello, Norman. Hello. How are you? Welcome on in. Hi, Flame. Hi. Let's do new. Pages 3 and 4. Pages. That's very confusing. I'm good. I almost turned into an ice cube at work. Oh, Jesus, -40! Oh my god, we're freezing, apparently. E&D standard page size. I'm okay. I'm just a little sleepy. Document. 8.5, 8.125. 25 by 10. 10.875. 0.875. So is that correct? Yeah. Okay. This is so confusing. I hope everybody's having a good day. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this one. Boop. And then those margins actually, and then we remove all this stuff. And we take these guys and we'll put them in here and we'll move that. And now the margins must be centered. You know, I wanted to listen to the new releases playlist solely because I was like, you know what? It's always nice to listen to new music. But then I remember that some music, not specifically this one or anything, but I'm just saying that like a lot of music just is like I have a wide range in tastes, but at the same time I'm also like I'm not really into this. Thank you for the wellness check. Now I don't know what to listen to. This one? Sure, I'll take this one. Music is great. I think I've mentioned that. Oh, thank you. That means a lot to me. I try to make sure we have good music playing here all the time because I think, it brings us together a little bit. But yeah, I try. So I think it's nice when you can share good music with people. Sometimes some music's a little bunk though. In my mind, and I couldn't help but fall in love again. Okay, there we go. Let's do bottom accent. Let's do these three. No, I have to redo this guy. What is this? Should be 45. No, -45. I cannot see. Let's see. Like so, I think. And then I would not have these. Hmm. How was it in here? Not that one. Not that one. Close. My musical taste is an enigma, unknown, incomprehensible to all life, including me. Oh God. Sometimes when I listen to more like my meme playlist, I'm like, why am I like this? Okay, so the curve is facing inwards. I have a question. Image glass. Image glass won't tab. Love again. Couldn't help but fall in love again. Is this on? There you go. Yay! Finally, that's fixed. Okay, what did we do? It's... Oh, we put it in the top corners? That makes sense. That makes more sense, actually. More tear to cry, a teardrop in my eyes. That looks right, I think. And then the curves, it curves the other way, so this needs to be flipped. For 24. Yeah, and then I just want to back in Chicago, I feel it. Another version of me, I wasn't in. Go back to the end of beginning. I want this to be like a little bit shorter up in here. Just finding out. I think it's a little more stylized, so it's like a little bit more like this. Trust me, he'll be fine. And when I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Another version of me I wasn't in. Let's see, which ink do I like more? I like the ink I had, honestly, was like the best. Ooh, wait, this one kind of matches, I think, better. Okay. Be not the city of the man, you take the man. The city, not the city of the man. The man out of the city, not the city of the man out of the. When I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Another version of me, like wasn't. Do another variant of this. That stops like that. And then maybe we can take it like this. I liked the sharp one the most. Like that. Maybe bring this down a bit more. Nah, that doesn't look that great. I feel like this one isn't as tall. Like right there. I should bring one of them in here so I can see the example actually. Which one? Which one has it? It's only in here. Frick. That's fine. I brought it the wrong one. God damn it. God damn it. Alright, let's bring this down here. Oh. Oh, Elaine's a little dumb. Ooh. Ha 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 ha. Oops. Yeah. Like right there. Okay. Now things make a bit more sense. How big was it though? Oh, it started down here. That makes sense, starting in the middle. I made this guy longer because I think it looks nicer. Gives the stroke a little bit more breathing room. Hmm. Those two are the same. I like. Oh, interesting. Okay. Makes the other ones so nice. What do I like about this one? Is it the thickness? I think it's just like how long it is as well. So maybe I should just make it shorter, even though I like it longer. But then alternatively make it a little bit thicker. What is the thickness? 8? Yeah. Though the drips don't make sense for this, so I'm gonna have to remake it. Actually. I don't think we have the SVG for this, so I'll just remake it. Give to me the points in which I need. There we go. Yep. I love this song. Oh my god, I like this song a lot. What? What? That's not what I was. This is not what I was expecting. Story. Say love story. Love story. Love story. This is not what I was expecting, but okay. I'll take it. Okay, then this reminds me of a song that I saw on TikTok that there was a cover of that I want to see if there is on Spotify because I really liked it. Oh shit, I'm supposed to post on that. Fuck. There's like 10 things I want to do. Oh, Pitbull? I didn't know Pitbull still made music. I figured that Pitbull would have retired right now. With how many people like him on the internet, I just figured he'd be retired. But I guess when you're as big of a party animal as Pitbull, you don't just retire. Is Lil Jon in this? Lil Jon is in this! That's actually crazy. Don't know why, but that's not who I was expecting in this. Now we gotta break the curve. Wait, no. Now I need to close the curve. The party only ends when he says so. How old is Pitbull, though? Pitbull 2026? Images? How does he look like the same? I mean, he's got a little gray in his beard, but he, like, looks the same. Versus, like, 2016. Oh, fuck it. I don't mean the dog. quick Google. Born age 0. Wait, hold on. I want to see this. Is this a fucking weird, like, morphing video where they, like, morph him from 0 to 43? This is even a year ago. Okay. Born age 0. Oh, this is like a weird slideshow of him. It's not like we notice any hair loss. So true. But it looks like he has a, like, kind of bad hairline, but he could have grown hair. It looks like he just chose to be bald. Oh, I thought he was, like, kind of, like, half winking, but he just has a squint. Okay, see, like, in this one in 2020, when he's 41, he kind of looks a bit older. But then he looks like young again in 43. What? Maybe he dyes his beard. I wonder if he dyes his beard. I would believe that if he dyed his beard. I heard this French or not French. Sorry. So sorry. This Spanish cover on TikTok, and I was like, "Ooh, I like it." Like, I keep thinking about it's not like we'd notice any hair loss anyway. It's like, facts. Alright, and then we have one more over here. Isn't I think the original version of this is in Russian? I think. Q. I might be wrong. What? It's Indian. I'm, like, wrong 10,000%. Wait, no, maybe I'm wrong. Language? It is French. What? Okay. I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't even know what I'm talking about half of the time, let alone just now. So, you know. You me, but I know it doesn't. Oh, well, I guess we could put one here instead. And this one's like the original one. It is French. You can hear it. Laughs and embarrassment. There you go. Okay. I can go back here. It's the crown. But I do want this all to be this color. Oh, where's she now? You waiting? Baby, how is your reading? You guys still haven't filled that out, which I think is very interesting. What does that mean?
So in the Discord server that's going to be put like some stuff that's going to be a backer exclusive in there already, so that when they join it, it's not just an empty channel.
Okay. Both. No, it's cold. I'm cold. I feel my fingies. After you pet the cat. I am a frozen popsicle. Do you know popsicles were made by accident?
It doesn't surprise me.
A guy. I gotta pet my cat. You lick my thumb, I wipe your face with it. If it smells bad, it's your own damn fault. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, Bob. Goober. Bro, I'm thinking about getting a different headset.
What about this one?
I went to change my batteries, neither of them charged. And now I'm living on a prayer. Because I charged the one in here enough so that it was one. Hi, Lily. Welcome on in. And I'm hoping that that one charges, but I don't know.
Normally that happens if it's some dirt or something on it.
Some dirt from not going outside and being in two places.
They just get like a little dust or something on the contact point.
Yeah, but the thing said it was at 100.
That's happened to me, and that was the reason. That's fair. I need a new headset because mine's just really old and dying.
Oh my god, we could get matching headsets.
We could. I haven't really looked and I haven't found anything that has sparked.
You want to buy $329 headset? The Maxwell 2s? Chat and I were looking at them earlier. We're looking at headsets earlier. We watched this video that this guy did. Oh, thank you. I don't know what I did. We were also watching Pitbull because Pitbull has not aged. And we watched this guy's video. He like goes through a bunch of them. Of like high end to low end. That was the I was gonna say. I was like, oh what? Here, Flip, I could thank you for the wellness check here. There you go. He just talks about a bunch of them. But like, I guess the Maxwell came out like super recently, like this year, and like this is a really good company, but they're $329. I don't
So
understand.
my question to you is, do you need a microphone on your
No.
Okay, then don't buy a gaming headset. Buy a headset.
I know, and then we looked at the Logitech ones, but the non-gaming headsets don't have batteries that last as long as gaming headsets. I just meant in, like, in general, though.
That's fair.
Hello, Lily. Oh. Yeah, I'm going off with this Saba idea. But my brain's kind of cooked and I just want to draw, so. Yeah, but...
I mean, if you want to get this done today, like, go for it.
Well, otherwise it's not getting done by Monday then. So if you're okay with not being done by Monday, then, like, yeah, sure, fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. But, like, I don't think that's the plan.
Fair enough.
A week ahead of time. At least a few days ahead of time, man. Yes. If I have to do another 24 hours, I think I want to be paid more. We have we are too close, too small of a company for you guys to be like, hey, get this done in the next 24 hours. Let's go. Let's go, streak. Thank you for sharing that with me. Did you see these? Wait, wait, where is it? Saba draw this? Where is this from? That guy's cool. I like him. Wait, strike it!
I don't think that.
Where did it come from? It matches his art style. That's why I was like, I'm like, where did these guys come from? Like, there's a bunch of stuff like this.
I know those he didn't draw. He was just trying to like that he did draw.
Great bees. They give us our request.
Yeah, I don't think all of that.
Like, he's got, like, oh man, you cannot see those. Boop. Like, these were fucking sick.
Yeah, those he did.
These are so cool. I don't know what they are or what they're for.
They was concepting the insides of a runic corrupted Drakton. So,
I mean, this makes sense.
yeah, so that
But,
was
like, what's the
that.
rest of
So
it?
this is how it's like eldritch on the inside. It's like
They got this on the inside?
they got these on the inside.
Damn.
So those are different concepts that he was.
That's cool. That's cool. It doesn't hate Vivi. It just doesn't like non-links. It has a hard time dealing with non-links. But I added it to the queue. Take a nap. I have no energy in my bones. I have no Adderall, and I have no. That's a chill guy.
Oh no.
That's a man made out of
Not a single
chill.
energy in him.
Not a single energy in my bones. Yep. For Mean Girls, exact song. It's a hit or miss. Can't be mean to the bot. It can't read. The bot is illiterate. Don't be mean to him. Love you. Is there anything else you need from me? Okay. Yeah. I won't be mean. Good. He's just a guy. He's just a little guy. Our bot's just a little guy. Oh wait, I need. Actually, that's fine. Just have 2. Why can't I unlock it? Oh my god, this is gonna drive me nuts. But this one I unlocked, right? No, I didn't unlock that one either. What? That's a little guy. Yeah, he's just a little guy. He's not like them big AI boys. He's just a little guy. Save. Delete. That's fine, that's fine. We do need the page number in the corner. But we're going to remove these. We're gonna get a new corner accent, paste that. Or make it... I don't know where I want to put this yet. Did Saba put an example of where he thought pages? Okay, that's in the bottom. And then this will go on underneath. This one will be like a 15. It's usually pretty good. Save, and this one, let's put in this corner. And then we gotta flip the crayon. There we go. And then this is the template for stuff. And then I'm gonna fix this one. What is this? Let's see, take this one. And this here. This is also incorrect. Actually, let me add that to these pages. Okie dokie. I gotta get in there. Why is it not aligning to the corner? This guy. And then this guy's gotta move here. Go. Oop. Go. And then this guy. I wonder if this song is on like the internet virals because it's not only the Chainsaw Man opening, but it's also in Fortnite now. Or I guess it has been for a little bit. Oh. Yeah. Oh, it's because of this. Oh. There we go. This one's like a bit off though, isn't it? There you go. You can also flip it though. Oh, okay. That's fine. Actually, this shouldn't matter. Bleep. 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 There you go. There you go. This one needs to flip back. There we go. Unlock these guys. Like scooted everything over by like 1, I think it looks like. That's okay though. Let me turn these off really quick. Make them all brown. And this one. Yeah, I think that's good. Brown. Stat block I will do last. I think I want the table. I think I want the color of the table lines to be lighter. Color. HSO. Get like 50. Yeah, there we go. And then no text should be absolutely black except for the one table. The note should be black and the curve should be brown. Let's go in here. I think that one's fine actually. Yes. What did I do to this one to make it like this color? Is that this? This is kind of cool. Hmm. Okay, so now the harder part that I'm doing is this is all good. It's just a stat block at this point, actually. So I can unlock all these, and unlock this guy. And stat block. I need the one from. Okay. Okay, and then we make a box. Actually, give me the stat block one. And then remove these guys. Hmm. Here. And then make it thicker. Oops. Yeah, that would be good. I think that one specifically is good, so we can just use this one. Give me the curve. Curve, please. Why is it doing that? And then this is the background. Oh, this goes here, and if I do an erase. Yes! Yeah, and then we take these guys, and we rotate them. One to go here. Oh. I thought it was. Turn this off. Yeah. Yeah. This was the bottom one. And then we wouldn't need. Okay, goes in there. And here's the paper. I quite like this song. It's a nice song. What if I did this and then a gradient overlay? We took like this color and then this color, except I'm clicking the wrong buttons, and brown, and then conical, radial, hmm. Thought color burn would do what I wanted it, but it didn't really. Maybe I do color burn, but I choose a different dark color? Not what I expected from that. Do an overflow? These don't really work the way I'm expecting them to. I think that's okay though. And then just making sure that they're all crispy. Yep. Hi Mew! How was your stream? Well, come on in. How you doing? Move this background. There we go. Can I like fit it here though? So one of those things I finished up. Ooh. Goat! I like it. Very cute. I like the socks a lot. You cute cozy. You so cozy. Chanel. Chanel. So it's a video? Yes! That's so cool. Good job, Mew. I'm so proud of you. Look at you. Look at you go. Get back on a little bit bigger. There you are. It's going good. You don't gotta thank me. You're the awesome bean that's doing all the cool stuff. I'm just trying to get this gradient to work the way I want it to. Which I think I'm doing it wrong. Let's do this. Thank you for the check-in, Lily. I think I might have done this wrong. Actually, I think it should have been this way. Okay, there we go. And then right there, and then this way. I want it to be more like a burnt. And make this white. No. Let's go. What happened? They're my favorite item today. What do they have? Tell me. What is it? I don't know. I have garlic roasted broccoli. Ooh, that sounds nice. That sounds nice. Fuck, okay. There we go. And I've learned I really like a clean outer shadow more than a blurry one. It's the only good vegetable they ever have. That's fair. I mean, good on ya. Good on ya. Get that booty on my food in your belly. I turn the light on in my office. It's too dark now. Was there anything else with this? Other than more paper texture, not really. Cute anymore. Not cute anymore. I really want that paper texture that Saba used. I don't know which one this is. Hide this one. Not cute anymore. Hello, Walkie. How are you today? Yeah. Give me the curve. Boop. Boop. Okay. Let's make this a bit more vibrant, I think. How are you doing? I'm pretty good. How are you? How are you? I'm just doing this work thing that I gotta do. And then I think I'm gonna draw. Same. I hope you're overall having a good day. Hope today's been serving you well. Hope the weather's been nice. And if it hasn't been, I'm sorry, but it'll get better as springtime comes around. Ooh, more D&D stuff. Yeah. Doot, doot, doot. Oh, that's too bright. this one. Why does it have an outline? It shouldn't. Not this guy. Remove this one. This one. Oop, it looks like I gave it to everything. My bad. No, it hasn't. The weather hasn't been good in 3 months? Oh, goodness. Well, it's okay. Spring's coming. Spring's a coming. Nice weather. Nice weather will be here sooner than you think. And you can sweat your balls off once again and it'll all be okay. Boop, boop, boop. I'll be back later. Have to finish some work. See you later. Have good work. I will be here. Have good work. This is not supposed to be. There we go. There's really nothing at like 0 degrees. Jeez. That's shiver me timbers cold if I had to say anything about it. I think this is good enough. Oh, wait, no, let me do it this way. And then make this bigger. I can't write like this. Okay, copy. And 7. Made the page with Saba's ideas. Be cool if the stat block had the paper texture that we have. I think that maybe other okay. I want to draw now. It's time to draw. I'm so excited to draw. Are you guys excited to draw? My headset's falling off my head. I want to go sleep. I want to go to bed. I have no external energy in my body. That's making me go to sleep. Alright, there we go. Big guy. Big guy. Big guy. Oh, I'm opening this backwards. Need you to turn around. I need you to turn around. iPad, I need you to flip over. Flip over. Sorry, are you locked? Are you locked? I think it's locked. Oh my god, so last night when I was playing D&D, I was making emotes and I fucking, oh my god, I had a lot of fun. Please. There we go. Okay. Me airplane. Fuck, it doesn't wanna. I think I don't have the thing open. This one. Sure. Do you have a favorite D&D character you use? Biff. My favorite D&D character is Biff. Would you like to meet Biff? Biff is my goblin bard that I play every other Saturdays in my Waterdeep campaign with Havoc. I'd be Biff for a little bit. Hello! Oh, I don't have this hat. I'm a goblin bard. And I usually wear a cloak. I usually hide my tail, but this is the default. Okay, I'll have my tail up for a little bit. It's same. Same voice. I'm just a little goblin. I don't do an accent with this one. I have a Kender fighter that has an accent like Jester from Critical Role. But yeah. Yeah. I'm just a little goblin. I'm just a little goblin. Hi, Star. But yes, I drew this yet. I did this yesterday. I was playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I think it's kind of cute. I did a little highlight with it, which I really like. It's like 20% on color dodge, I think. So I want to do that on the other one. I'm a little sippy emote. New model. No, this is my D&D model. I don't usually have this model on stream. Only because I don't want people to think that I'm a goblin all the time. But no, this one's like specifically is like oh, I'm going to go play D&D model on Havoc's channel. Half the time. This is rigged also by the same person that rigged my main model. That's cute though. Thank you. Thank you. I'm a little goblin. I'm a little goblin. My name is Biff. I am the coolest bard around. There is no bard cooler than me. Oops. Oops. Sometimes I wish I would have given Biff the jester accent. Just because like I feel like it matches more, but it's okay. I'll make this one a little small. Oh, you want to see something I'm making? Of course I do. Of course I do. Show it to me. Show it to me. It's okay, it doesn't call it cool. Don't believe any of it. Let's see. Trying to think. E. Put it in the fridge, yippee. Look at you! Look at you! You're a Maya! I'm so proud of you. Look at it. Look at it. Look at that. I'm so proud of you. Good job. Good job. My only thing that I will say, remember to do edit, delete by type, not history. It just makes sure that your project doesn't become fat with like memory stuff. But I'm so proud of you. It's amazing. Good job. Good job. Looking stellar. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is there an empty spot right there? The fuck? I gotta remember that. I forgot it's pie day, so we have pie today. Pie. Fuck yeah. But yeah, it's okay. It's a thing that I forget a lot too until my file becomes like super laggy, and then I'm like, huh, why is my file super laggy? And then I remember I haven't deleted history in like 50 years, and I'm like, since it's been made. You cannot cherry pie, yum, yum. We're just all gonna go to Vex's cafeteria, and we're all gonna have some pie. I do declare. I do declare. And then I gotta round this out because that's how I did on the other emote. So I wanted all of them to be rounded. I think. Oh, by the way, what is the easiest way to make a circular wall? Using a cylinder shape or just deleting the top and yes. Using a cylinder and then just deleting the top and bottom is the easiest way. Because it's already like the circle wall, you know? They always do amazing job with the desserts and baked goods. They're always fire. Fuck yeah. Maybe someone that's cooking there is or baking there is like living out their pastry dreams vicariously through the school. What the fuck? Why does that look so unfinished? Wait, what? There we go. I'm trying to do as much detail as possible. Maybe I can sell the model as side income. That'd be pretty cool. Just be sure, like, with the details and stuff that, like, it'd be good for animation, a model like that. But, like, at the same time, because, like, for animation things, you don't really have to have a poly count for things. But at the same time, if it's for games, you would have a poly count. So try not to make it too big of a model, like too many vertices. Because not all computers can run, like, a million edges and vertices and stuff. Not my favorite pie, but it's hard to beat out Lakeshore Berry Pie. Ooh, is Lakeshore a place? Like, is that a place you like to go to? I can't see. Can't see the arc I created. Okay, I know, and I know for games they prefer triangles, but in animation they teach that quads are preferred. It actually, that depends. It depends, because at the end of the day, everything is counted in tries. So it just depends on, like, what it's being used for. There's not really, like, I would say, like, a preferred one. Like, it's easier to do things in quads, to be honest. It's just less about, like, quads or tries, more about the poly count overall. So I think in Maya, by default, it goes by tries and not quads. And then, like, in ZBrush, it's both. It'll tell you both. It's from Traverse City. I think it's strawberry, raspberry, blackberry, and spy apples. All the things. Oh. that sounds delicious. How did I do the bangs on the other one? I think I just did a little nice little curve. Is there a way to check poly count? Yes. Let me open my Maya. Unless you already have it open. No, you don't. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it came default. Hold on. Let me load it, but there is a way. Actually, I could just do it this way. I need my keyboard. Please. Please, tablet. I need my keyboard. Do it this way. How to see poly count Maya. Go to display, heads up display, and then poly count, which it'll be in the top left. Yeah, I should. Yeah, open. Looking it up on Google is faster than just showing you in Maya because Maya takes forever to open. Yeah, so it's display, heads up display, poly count, and then you can change what it is. But yeah, is helpful. Especially if, like, you have, like, an assignment where they're like, you can only use this many polys, and then you're like, fuck. I'm trying to beat a magic. You kiss me, I can tell you miss me. Why is it like that? Why is it like that? Sorry, I realize you guys can't see that, but there's like a line here. I don't know why that's like that. It's okay. Interesting. Oops. Hmm. Hmm. Wait, which number is accurate? I have it on the second one. The second option. Usually by default, whatever it puts on by default is pretty accurate. Didn't tell you about it. I think tries is more important. Man, one of the best parts about Michigan is having a really is we have really good and really cheap fruit during summer and fall. Oh, that's a mood. That's such a mood though. I can't wait for it to become like harvest season again here so that the farmers markets open up. Yeah, I could get a bunch of berries for like $5. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I don't think that's too bad. I don't know what your edge flow looks like with like the wireframe of it all. I don't know what that looks like, so I can't really judge, but I think it's okay. Once you're in like the millions, like if you were like, "Oh, Elaine, I found it. It's in like 3 million." I would have been like, "What?" That's when I would have been like, "Okay, maybe we reined it in there, little partner." Oh, no. Fuck, okay. Fuck, okay. We'd be like, you'd be like, Elaine, Maya's so laggy. I'm trying to do this stuff and it's just so laggy. And I would have just like blinked. Like, what? It's cool. Also, I realized something, but I think it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Clear. Should go to the Easter market. They are indoors, so it's all year. Ooh. Ooh, do it. Let me bring this up again. Otherwise, I'm gonna be erasing for like 20 years. How did I do it on the other one? I think I just did the edge. I did just do the edge. Who cares? Explicit kind of fan, I cry. I'm the one who calls me baby. 100 girls and boys. Another shot to stop the feeling. Can say it's just the way you are. Oops. Why didn't you curve? There you go. Oh, Jesus, fuck, it's cold. Yeah, I believe it. You saying it's gonna be like in the negatives this weekend, right? Well, I mean, it's already like 0 degrees outside. I don't know what you expected, Pookie. Why would I go outside? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't like how dark this is. Oops. Still not light enough. This maybe? What? 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 Hmm. What? What? Hello? I don't under how shadows work. I was out for 10 seconds and I'm still cold and took every bit of heat that I had. It just sucked it. I just went. Now you have no more heat for you. This is pretty good. I don't like how I did the apple juice though. Redo the apple juice. Or like make it thicker, I guess. Oh my god. What? What? Oh. 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 And then invert. And then clear. Yeah. Except I also want to select. Oop. 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 Invert. There we go. There we go. Now everything makes more sense. Then we go here. Oh, we got warp views. I feel like I should have made the green a different color. Like that, maybe? Okay, cool. And then go back to the outline. Make it like this. There we go. And then make the gold letters. And go lighter color. Yeah. Oops. Maybe I should just do it in like a really dark green. Or white. I realized I could have done white. Go back. Go back, I say go back. Okay. Oop. Wait. Excuse me. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there should be a shadow on. Oopsies. You beginning. You don't want to be alone. To be alone. The whole time. Look at the little happy juice. Little baby happy juice. I used the wrong color for this. No. Does it look different? It's the outline color. Alright. I wonder why they reacted differently. What emote do I want to do next? Let me see. The heart one, maybe? Oh, my bones. Elaine, you got anything planned for V-Day week? Nope. Other than hang out with you guys, not really. Not really. Why? Would you have something you would like me to do? So I'm just hanging out with you guys. I mean, maybe I'll find some Valentine's games to play, but I really got a lot. It's also, I guess it's not a month away, but it's like a few weeks away. I was gonna ask if you wanted to play a funny game. It is a dating sim though. How long is it? That hella depends on how long it is. Cause I hella am not great at reading. I get bored very easy. Hello, Shabby. Let me change back into my normal model. I think I might be in chunky mode. Finish in like 30 minutes. Not against the idea, actually. I don't want to be normal. Actually, no. I do want to be squishy. Oh my god, is that Lamb? Oh my god, is that Shepinator? What's up, Sheppy? I turned my tablet off. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, I have the plead one on my tablet already, so just do that one. Let's see, this one, crop and resize settings. I do 2048. Yep. And now go back here. What did I? Hello. There you go. I got to help a friend's cow farm today, and they go, oh, a bunch of baby cows. Oh fuck. I hope I had a good time with the baby cows. I love baby cows. See. Make it a little bit smaller. A little bit smaller. Oh, this is symmetrical. Interesting. I shared a link to it. Not sure if you played it before, though. Alright, okay. Okay. I love you, Colonel Sanders. I have not played this. I've heard of a lot of people playing this, but I personally have not played it. One cat took a liking to me and kept licking my hair. Your hair, yum yum. Oh, hair is just like grass. No, I have not played that one, but that one does look fun. I've been willing to try it. It's pretty memey. I need a drawing guide. I need to edit the drawing guide. Oh, why did I cancel it? Symmetry, yep. And then I'm just gonna move this layer. 'Tis the quest for the ultimate fried chicken recipe. I mean, I'd be down to play that shit. I'd be down to play that shit, unironically. Cool, what's assisted? Animate outline brush. Make it black. I'd be down. We could do like, it'd be funny if we did like funny dating sims. One funny, like short funny dating sim every day. I think that'd be fun. It works. I named myself Popeyes. Damn! I'll be Jollibee. I'll name myself Jollibee. Now, why are we trying to bang KFC man? Cause it's KFC man. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what you expect here. Sometimes the quest gets a little romantical up in here. Sometimes sometimes we go on quests that are a little spicier than one would expect. I don't need to draw that whole top of the head. The quest for the ultimate fried chicken is long, arduous one, filled with exploration, action, and a bit of love. Oh my, I do like the sounds of this. Isn't it free? Isn't it a free game too? I'm down. I am down for this side quest. Did I do that all in one layer? I did. Yee, it's free pog. Let's go. We'll play it again. Friend of a friend. I like the warping tool in Procreate. It's very nice. Shape shifts and drift. And you my love all the while. Lift you up every time. Hold on, let me look at. I made the eyeball a different color than the like eyelash area. No. Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna get KFC that day. Bet. That will be Le Piece Le Resistance, so I'll be sure to play it on a Friday. Sound good? Oh, I did it on the same layer. I cried. That was a really good circle. Okay. Like the whip, shape, shift, and drift again. Send you my love on a wire. Lift you up every time. Mechanical. Is that not on this layer? Let's see what this looks like. I think I did merge them. Also, I think that wing was too big. Be honest, I would never in real life say an eyeliner wing can be too big. But I want this to be cute and chunky. Yeah. 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 Okay. And I'm gonna use the color brush to do this part. She's just eyeball. Distort. So what, Spotify? What if I did? That's a song, he's a sailor, with his palm like he means pioneer. It's a loud movie trailer. A physical fight, a lash of light, a burden. When you realize you have been lurking so hard, you forgot to check in. Hi, Bucky! Are you done with work? And it's okay, Victor. At least you remembered. The sun, cowboy, like he made himself. Group, see, flip horizontal. Stop it. No, but soon I think. I'm proud of you. Get that work done. Get that work done. You got this. You got this. I got ice cream. What kind of ice cream? I'm here. Well, hello. I'm just drawing. I'm just drawing. Coffee chocolate chip. Yum, yum, yum. Specific. Drawing assist. What? I should do it this way. I forgot the blush on the other one. I keep forgetting. I kept, like, remembering every time I looked at this one that I wanted to add blush, but I kept forgetting. It's this one. Stunning. Where would it go? And then select invert. Where's the clear? There you go. What is you drawing? I'm drawing emotes. Doing little emotes for myself. On Procreate on my iPad. Look at that, 70 days streak. Now you and Devour both have 70 day streaks. Isn't that crazy? I don't like how that sits. I have to. Oh, congratulations. The beach. Yeah, I like the way that sits. Thank you for sharing your streaks. Invert. And then we clear. Go. Look at this. Look at the little baby. Actually. Here we go. I get to do inhaling. What are you inhaling? Are you inhaling food? Or are you just saying inhaling in general? No. Oh, there you go. Okay. I want this to be on a different layer. There we go. Group. This is the line. Inhaling in general. That's how I feel about them. You're welcome. I'm gonna do the outlines now. Is this the color that I used to outline? No. I don't think. What color is this? Huh? Hold on, I'm blocking my face tracking so I can figure out what color this is. Oh, it's not that color either. Huh? What color am I using to outline this stuff? Cause is this ear horns? Blush skin. What? What? No. No. Is it this one? No. What? Wait. Which color is this? Is it this one? No. What? What the fuck? What's my outline color? Is it this one? No. where my outline color came from. Okay, what color is it? It's that color. Okay, so what color? It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one. I only have so many browns in this palette. Is it this one? No. What? Around your finger, not to go. This is my skin tone. Almost like lighter than my skin tone. It's pinkier than my skin tone. What? What? Elena's so confused. What the fuck? Because this is my shirt. These are my shirt. Is it this one? No? Okay. Wait, what? Because, okay, these two, first two are my horn colors. And then these three are my hair color. The next three are my eye color. This is supposed to be my skin tone, but it's... What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm so confused. I like this color. What the fuck? Okay. Set current color. Okay. Okay, that's better. I think this hand is wrong. Okay. And then this is the blush color? Yeah. And then what is this? Because this is the hair bow. This is the bow. This is the gold. This is my tongue. This is the brown on my straps. This is black. This is my shirt. This is my band-aid. And this is like cow print color. So what are these three? These are lip colors, I think. This is the lip color, the lip shadow, the lip highlight. Highlight. The dark, the light. I haven't used light. Maybe I should use the light on the eyeballs. Actually, maybe I should do it the other way. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Oop, there we go. Okay, but I still have not solved the mystery of where the fuck is my outline color? Shadow. Highlight. These are my mouth colors. This is the brown of my outfit. This is the darks of my outfit. I will. I feel like these two are like the same color. So maybe I will take this outline color. I will set current color, and then I will. Oh yeah, you're not like him. Yeah, I don't know where this color went. Put it there. Okay. Now that I've solved that confusion. Mask. There you go. Make it a little bit more pinky red though. Fill layer. And this one. I think that one stays black. Oh, I did it on the wrong layer. Thick. It's fine. Fill. Oh wait, this was the wrong one. There we go. Oh my god. Clipping mask, clipping mask. There we go. Now the order's right. And then eyebrows are fine. Clipping mask. And then what did we do the outline? Is it the same as the? No, I just left it black actually. Actually, I just left it black. Okay, cool. Means I can merge that down. And then boop, boop. Oh, nope. Just these two. I could just do it this way. Delete. The fuck? What is happening here? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom and then I will return and we will continue drawing. I'll be right back. You guys miss me? You guys miss me? I don't know what my ear structure is like. Chat, what is my ear structure like? I don't know why. If I love insanity. Oh, be on the left side, damn it. I must look at my own ear structure. I think that's actually correct. I had a funny idea. I was gonna be like, yo, anybody want an emote? Yo, anybody want to draw them an emote? 5 subs and I draw you an emote. But that's goober tug. There's some goober tug. Like, for 5 subs, you can just buy the bases, you know? For 5 subs, you can just buy the bases yourself and make them yourself. I think it'd be fun. I actually don't know. Oh, emotes are fun. Emotes are fun because they're little, but they're so expressive. Little common sense. I feel like I have to make the ear bigger because I'm like shaking out, please. Fall right back to you. You are the piece of me I wish and need. Huh. If I love. Also, hello, Rainer. Welcome on in. Sorry, I realized I didn't say hello to you when I came back in. But hello, I hope you have a wonderful day. Honestly, it would be like a sub and emo. It's a different color. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wily Serpent of Eden. Oh my goodness, what a fancy name. Wiley, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, hello, hello. Assist. How's it going? Hope you have a lovely day. Hope that it's not too cold wherever you may be. I don't have my bow on here. I feel like I do, but I want it to be like underneath. Let me make a different color. If I was insanity, are you my remedy? There we go. And then I want to draw my ahoga. My ahoga. Oops. My ahoga. Duplicate. Flip horizontal. Ear. Wish there was a thing where like you could align it. I mean, I think that's good. There we go. Cool. Alright. Sketcher's done. Merge down. I don't know if Kiwi or Vex are here, but let me know if you guys send me TikToks. You guys got TikToks to send me this week. I the boopus. Why you boopus me? Why you boopus me? Finally using up them points. I forgot it's Friday. Fair. That's fair. I mean, if you don't have any, that's okay. I know it was like kind of like the first week of school for some people. Life changes for others, so like, you know, if you don't, it's okay. It's okay. And you just get high and play video games. They will not force us. Oops. Control. I gotta turn it upside down. I didn't. There we go. Don't worry, I got plenty saved. Yippee! Kind of a bad curve. These are all kind of bad curves. Not force us. I'm gonna do it in like part. And then I don't understand why the end of it's bleeding like this, chat. Should be a nice smooth end, I think. Oops. Wait, what? Okay, there we go. That was crazy. There you go. I don't like either of those, to be honest. Let me look at my model. Thank you for the song request, Vixed. Vixed, did you also forget that it's Friday? Fuck. Pictures on the wall, like they're talking to me. And all the while, it's too close for comfort to come and grab you. Yeah, I don't like that it ended like that. Reselect this section. This one. And distort. There we go. Oops. So what you like? No. There we go. I think it looks a bit different than how I usually do it. Yeah, I do leave the bottom like much more swooped down. I feel. Okay, let's do. That. There we go. I feel like I heard this on TikTok the other day. Speaking of facts, Tato. Is this just saying all the different ways we could eat the rich? Because, like, I'm here for it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hello, Annex Animates. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely, jubbly day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just raw emotes. And listening to Tato sing about Eat the Rich. Pretty good Friday, if you ask me. Karaoke. Yeah, guys. You got it. You are your freedom. E. New layer. All sent. I added my own checkpoint at the end. Thank you. Much appreciated. I don't like how I did that. Nope. The only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Is that how big my ear fluffs are? I usually make them a little bit smaller. Just make it smaller. Oops. There you go. Just fix the tibbities. What can you say, Mr. Asian? Okie dokie. It's a hair. I gotta do the bottom part though. Let's do that first. And then I'll go get the stuff from the other file. I didn't do drawing assist. Oops. No, happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Then they will come and they will go. Boop. Copy. Happens when it's raining. Let's feel this layer so we can see what the color is, and then I can move it. Oops. I want to move this one. A little bit too much. Start to rush, but give the group. God damn it. But I can't see straight anymore. Here goes the name of this club. But it's alright, just dance. Clipping mouse there. Just dance. Just dance. Let's do this color. Fill. Clipping mask. And mustard inside out. Oh, a clipping mask. We're all getting caught tonight. Clipping mask, and then merge down. Ooh, merge down. And then merge down. And then we'll take this guy, and then we'll duplicate him. Flip horizontally, move him over here. Actually, eh. Make it down and dance. Erase it. Erase all the extra lines. Part 2. Except we have something that's out of order. This one. Flippy mask. And then the yellow. The contact hypnotic. Oh wait, these have to go down below. These both do actually. We're doing just dance. Oop. There we go. And then we go to the star and we erase the tip of that. Oh my. E up, up. Boop. Oops. No more drawing assist. Erase. Alrighty. With me, my darling. Open the door, POV, I'm at your door. Open the door. Hello, Gemini. Welcome on, and everybody. How was your art stream? The puppies are off their leashes. I'm not gonna lie, that scared the shit out of me a little bit. Just a little bit. But welcome on in. If you need a rated rest, feel free to do so, Gemini. I know streaming can take it out of anybody. So if you need to go and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out here with us while we make some emotes. Welcome on in. Bark, bark. You're welcome. Thank you. Valorith VT and Numa. Numa? Welcome on in. I hope I said your name right. Hello, 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 everybody. How's everybody's day? Bark. Bark, bark. Bark, bark. I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream. I was currently making emotes. I was working on my emotes for my debut. So we have this one. We have a little sippy one. And then we have a little actually one. And now we're working on this plead one because I thought it would be fun and silly. The main king 24 underscore snake. Welcome in. Welcome on in. Welcome. Doing great. Was working on design for one of the OCs in our book. Exciting. Oh my god. I hope you had the best stream and had so much fun with that. If you want to tell us anything else that you did on stream for fun. They're so cute. Thank you. They're base made by Beehawks that I bought. And now I'm coloring them. I'm drawing on them. Because I want to have new emotes for my debut. When will that be? I don't know, but you know, at least we could work on them. It was good time and fun vibes. I'm glad. Again, welcome on in. I hope you guys are good and well rested. I hope the weather is good. I hope you can enjoy hanging out with us. For my Band-Aid. I forgot my Band-Aid and my beauty mark wouldn't be shown in this. That's fine. I'm gonna draw this one in the color because I'm lazy. What's this color? Is it that color? I don't remember what the color is for the outline of this one. Drawing assist. Yeah, draw my little Band-Aid. Not like that though. Nope, not like that either. Not like this either. I think honestly that's kind of close. I just need to clean it up a little bit. Let me done drawing stuff. Yeah, good vibes. Yeah. Good vibes indeed. Hope you've been having a good week. I hope you're prepared for the cold weekend. Seems like everybody all over the world's having a bit of a cold weekend this weekend. Texas is freezing over, you know. Just the usual. Quote unquote. What the fuck? What do you mean you're not in the same folder? Yeah, you're not in the same folder. Oh my goodness. Get in there. What? What? What the fuck? Group. There you go. True already. Hope you have a wonderful thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for bringing your babies to me. I will be sure to keep them entertained to the best of my abilities. Because I will be honest, we just been kind of vibing today. We just been kind of hanging out. I've just been kind of working on emotes, being a little guy, as I do be. I don't start with that color. I start with this color. Now I see things I gotta erase. Like this.
I love stealing.
I love taking things. Where does this come from? Where did it come from? Boop, thank you for the boop. Thank you for the boop. What did it do? What? Oh my goodness, Rosette Bloodthorpe. Well, that's a cool name. VT, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hope we're having a wonderful day. Oh. I don't know if that's helping. Is this the other eye? Oh, I'm being a goober. I'm being a goober who does not know what layers are. Your model is so cute. Thank you. Thank you. I'm in little guy mode because I'm drawing on my tablet, so I'm not as not able to animate myself as much with the big model because I'm looking down at my iPad. Am I being a goober? I am. It's a Slayer. Jeez. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Okay. No, I flattened the ear layer, but there was still a little fluff. Ah, fuck. Just little. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. It is such a sweet show. Absolute treasure. You're a treasure. And I appreciate you. And I appreciate Jim. And I appreciate you both. Yeah, I'm just a little guy on the internet doing little guy things. Like making a plead emote. I'd lay a clipper mask. I can add my skin color now. This is not color. That brush should not feel like color. I tell you what. I felt that in my bones. Dude, color dropping in this is so fucking satisfying, man. The little ball in the top right, he just does a little mitosis. And then he just goes there, and then it's great. I didn't close that. Boop. Things please. It's so fun. So much fun. I unfortunately don't know if I can ever go to any other 2D drawing program. But, you know, it do be how it be. It be how it be. Sometimes you learn a new art program and then you just don't go back to the old ones. Oh. Did I fill that with the wrong color? I did. Fuck. Where are you? There you are. There you go. Peace. Oh God, love. Boop. Lose it all. I want you, I need you, oh God. Take the beautiful things that I've got. This is the wrong color for this, but I'll fix it in a second. It's this color. Boop. Boop. And I go white. Oh, sleep token. In 2023? Really? It's really been fucking 3 years, bro? Really? God damn. River running right into you. There you go. Look at that. Stop looking at me with them big old eye. But then you do. Days of vtuber. I got my body fashion ball. Yeah. Color. Boop. 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 Look at that little vase. My brain do be doing some crazy shit. I read the last chat as absolute creature. I mean, I do be being the creature that's featured on the creature. I am a bit of a creature, if you were to say. Give. I am the creature featuring the creature. Select. It's a little cursed when you select stuff and it selects like the inverted color. It's a little cursed, not gonna lie. Oh, this one's above a little bit too many things. Oh, yeah, I could just erase that part. Okay. Absolute creature, and I'm an absolute creature. Absolute unit of a creature. More like it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Erase, erase, erase. Erase, 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 erase. Yeah. Just show me what it's. Oh, interesting. That makes sense, actually. Boop, boop. Let's to go here. I would say the eyes look like they weren't filled in, but I wasn't completely sure. There we go. Now I have the little peekaboo of it. Little peekaboo of it. Alright, I'm going to color in the ear hair. I forgot my horns. Dang it. Oh. Boop, 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 boop. Erase, erase, erase. Boop. Boop. Do, 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 do. Oops, wrong layer. Back up. What is happening right there? Oh, I don't think I filled that in enough. That's what's happening right there. So I didn't fill it in enough. There we go. My love, did I mistake you for a sign from God? Or are you really here to cut me off? Oh, maybe just to turn me on. 'Cause these days I would be lying if I told you that did I wish that I could be your man. There you go. Okay. Into you. Straight in the blue. To want you right. The sky above me, earth below. Hey, clipping mesh. Sorry if that flash banged you. Oops. Orange down. Duplicate. Boop boop flip. There you go. Me waste another second. I see what's happening. Deny you're nothing to me. How are you? Guys, I think it's time to play a game. I want to play a game, but I don't know what game I would like to play. I was thinking for a second House Flipper 2, but if you play House Flipper 2, I should probably... It's fine. I'll turn on the other computer. We'll play it for like an hour. Actually, how many TikToks did you guys send me? Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me open my TikTok. My TikTok. I know my TikTok. Okay. Wait, did Vex send me theirs? Vexed! We're gonna watch TikTok soon. Flame sent me a TikTok. Accept. Okay. One. Vexed. Actually, I'm gonna do something else. I don't really want to turn on the other. I don't want to turn on my stream computer. You guys want to play this game? I kind of want to play this game a little bit. What, do I? I don't know. Ooh, a round of blueprints would be fun. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. Oh, listen to this right now. I want to listen to this right now. I don't know what I want to play. I want to play something, but I don't know what I want to play. Because if we only have 2 TikToks, we can play a little bit or something right now. I don't know what I want to play. All these games, and I don't even know. I'll play this, but I'll put the settings lower. Yes. 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 I like this idea. I'll turn back to normal now. People, I look for you. Would you look for me too? This game has autosave feature. I don't know why I read that. It wasn't needed to be read. Oh, a sticky note. It's loading. It's loading. It's take forever, but it's loading. I will literally cry if it crashes. I will literally cry. I look for you. This one. Settings. Balance. Texture resolution half. Shadows medium. Ambient occlusion medium. Off. Weather effects off. Balanced. Okay. You would you find me too? I also want to turn graphics. Is it display? 90. Okay. Because I don't need house flipper at 144 fucking 104. What? 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 Kiwi, did you get me something? We're playing Mega Bonk. We're playing Mega Bonk. Exit the game. We're playing Mega Bonk right now. Playing Mega Bonk. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We'll play it right fucking now, Mega Bonk. You bet your top dollar, Kiwi, I'll play this shit right now. We did all that loading for nothing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm ready. Are you ready? I don't know if you guys are ready for this. I gotta change the output to game. I want to experience this game in its full sum, but I'm just gonna play its music. Photosensitivity. Settings. Camera shake off. I do not like camera shake. It makes me feel bad. Plug system. Okay. Alright, am I run so I can do a side-by-side challenge? Okay, wait, I'll wait for you. I'll look through the settings. Let me know when you're done, and I'll just look through the settings. Show tips on, mini-map size. I don't know how that is. Red. Magenta. I want a blue HP. No, red. Crosshair height. Quick reset on. I'm just turning off unlocks. Fair. Show advanced settings. Video. FPS requires VSync on. Actually no. I think I'll just keep VSync on. Okay. hold on. I have to turn the audio down. It's a little loud. Actually, no. Bring this back up because I liked how it was. The music was a little loud. Okay. A fox or Sir Oofy? Quick on his feet and unnaturally lucky. I wanna play as Sir Oofy. A green place full of trees, birds, and great vibes. Also, everything will try to kill you. Okay. Sure. Do I just hit stuff? Find the boss portal. Do I not just want to kill everybody? Okay. I go. I have to find a mega boss portal. Why do they have crowns? Oh, goblins. They're trying to kill me. They don't know that I too am a goblin. What's this? Shrine of Suck. There's a lot of goblins. That's a lot of goblins. Who's this? Oh, this is the guy for the shop. I have, like, no money. That's really loud. Whoa! Knockback tome, throw bones that bounce off enemies. I don't have enough money for this. What is this? This is a microwave. I can't use a microwave. Oh. It's kind of like Vampire Survivors, but 3D. I quite like it. Oh, what is this? Oh my god, there's zombies. Ooh, rare sword. Give me a rare sword. Oh, I opened the chest. Oh. I like the icons. Charge shrine. Charge 4% passive to get 7.5 increase. Projectile speed tome or max HP. I want this sword. Bone! Level my bone! I want big bone. No one can handle my bone. Why is there a really... That one's a really big one. Why is he so fucking big? I have 71 points. Am I still supposed to... Oh, I'm still supposed to find the boss portal. Okay. I need to go look around some. Is that a gold skeleton? Oh, he gave me money! Money! This one gave me health. I don't really need help. I'm still bumping. I bet it's this way. Let's do the bone again. I want my bone to be unstoppable. Get boned. Stone golems now. Hello, Mr. Stone and Mrs. Stone Golem. Do not mind me, as I am on an adventure. An aura, don't take damage for 2 minutes. Okay. I think I've been doing pretty good at that. Feather, jump higher. I didn't know you could jump. Ugh. I didn't know I could jump, to be honest. Good to know. You press tab to open your map. Oh, but it doesn't stay open. Also, it doesn't pause the world. Oh, that's a big guy. Oh, that's a big guy. I'm going back. I'm going back. I'm going back. I want those chests. What if I don't find the boss portal? Why is there a time limit? Like, look at all those little gems I left over there. Stone Golem boss. Bruh. Bruh. Bro, no. No, thank you. Oh my god, he's much beefier looking. Ow, I took damage. I don't even think it's been 2 minutes yet. There's another golden bone. I want the golden bone guy. So my beat. Chest. Time bracelet. Oh. Gaining more XP ain't never bad. I have 192 points. Bone. That was a blue bone. Hey, shop guy. Giant fork. You can eat so much spaghetti with this bad boy. I want the fork. The music's so loud. I regret turning it up. Is that boss still? I gotta turn this off. I can't turn it off. There's so many XP tokens. Why don't I suck them all up? What do you mean swarm incoming? This one. Oh my god. Oh my god, where's Shopman? Shopman, I have enough for a spaghetti fork. I have the spaghetti fork. I'm getting so much money. Oh my god. How come I can't suck up all the XP gems? Oh, there we go. Let's do a damage tome. Damage tome? Damage tome. Just keep boosting my damage. I'm a big boy who needs big damage. Oh my god, they're surrounding me. No, my bone's not strong enough, please. What's in this chest? Ooh, it's purple. Credit card. I need all of your XP. Give it to me. Forbidden juice. I got forbidden juice. Is that like wine? Sword. Damage. Dude, ow, ow. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Is there fall damage in this? Uh-oh. I want to adjust my blankie. Let me fucking make it alone. HP tome. That's a purple HP tome. I'll take that. Thank you. Oh my god, there's orcs! Oh my god, there's orcs. I have to leave. I have to leave. This area is too small. I dead? You died already? What happened? What happened? I bet you're actually like progressing. I'm kind of like just staying in this like starting area. Please, 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 please. What can I get? Is there a way to go that way? I guess I didn't go that way. Let me go that way. What's this? Uh-oh. What do you mean 5% difficulty? Oh, no. I need to kill that stone golem, but, like, there's so many orcs around. Like, fuck me, dude. Because I only have 4 minutes left. I have 200 monies. What do you have for me? A mirror. Reflect any incoming damage back to the attacker and gain short vulnerability. Cast blood magic upon hitting an enemy, damaging nearby enemies. Healing. Credit card green. I'd like the slurp gloves for 304. Oh, that chest unlocked. Oh, it looks like the stone golem guy's got mega crate. Oh, more money, that RNG fair. I need that magnet to suck. Rare sword, give me. Bone. Make my bones stronger. What this is Mega Bonk. It's made by Solo Dev. He's really cool. He on TikTok. Would highly recommend checking him out. He had to delay his game because it was gonna come out at the same time as Silk Song. The shrine offers you a reward. On attack speed, yes sir. Oh, there's another one. How much money do I have? I have enough with what that guy sells in the shop. Jump high, gain gold, gain food. Gold be good. Sir, I want your slip gloves, thank you. Swarm incoming. I got this. There's no sweat. These guys, I can't afford it. Oh, I have no money. Damage. Up my damage. There's a big arrow that says I should go the other way that I'm not going. Banana? I found the hidden banana. No. No. No, get out of my way. Get out of my way. I have a fucking thing to find. I have a boss portal to find, you assholes. Oh my god. Get in my face. Okay. Okay, I think I gotta go this way. What's that penny? Zero. Chunkam the Terrible? What do you mean, Chunkam the Terrible? He a big piggy man. Killing so many goblins, is Biff cool with this? These are not nice goblins, you know? Sometimes that happens, and you know, that's okay. Biff would be like, you know, I understand. Sometimes they're just bad people out. Oh, I could use this health thing. Was that just like a forever healing thing? Oh, why am I slowed? Get out of here! Oh, Mr. Pigman, this is Mega Ball. Yes. Just now, Kiwi got it for me, so I'm playing it. Is that a nuke? Yes, 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 yes. Spicy meatball. Oh my god, he almost dropped in my butthole. What are you having for dinner? Can we have a dessert later? Yeah. Back up there. What are these? I don't like these bug things, man. How do I get back up? I feel like I gotta go back up. Uh-oh. Oh, well, we're good. We're good. We're good. Is that the boss portal? I have 17 seconds to find the boss portal. I don't think I'm getting to that boss portal. Chat. Sword. Final swarm incoming. Oh, this is a boulder. It's not just a boulder! It's a rock! What the fuck? Whoa, these guys are different. Whoa, these guys are like ghosts. Well, unfortunately for them, nuke! Well, this is the dead end. Banana rain. The ghost of every goblin you killed. Yeah, I could see that, honestly. I'm up on this. Me, just gonna do a little bit of gamba. Well, yeah, a little close there, buds. Oh my god, it's a little close there, buds. It's a little close there, buds. Ah, the sperm ghost. Oh! Get away from me! No! No! You will not touch me. You will not touch me. You will not touch me. I refuse. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I cannot run fast enough. Oh, I died. What if you had to kill the ghost of every ghost? That's what I think the darker ghost might have been. I am 207,369 in the world. Let's go. Get the damaged tome to level 7. I got Mega Chad. I want to play as Mega Chad. Unlocks. Mega Chad. Buy weapon aura. How many I have? I don't have enough for the banana ring now. Why did I do this? I wanted the banana ring. I can't buy any of these either. Oh, he's 10 too? Fuck. Alright, I want to play as the fox thing now. Fox guy. Wait, go back. Oh, they have ranks. Wait, then I want to play as this guy again. Time to cook. Ooh, HP regen? Don't mind if I do. Alright, let's see. Where are we? Target boy. I don't know if I should wait for the target. Silver gain knockback. Let's do knockback. Oh, I didn't do knockback last time. Ow! Size. I want to be bigger. This time, I want to do good knockback, and I want to be big. I know, ranks don't do anything. It's just a record of how good you are with the character. Oh. Okay. Let's do more regen. I want to be like a hefty. I want to be a hefty guy. Money. Oh, what the fuck is that? a 4-leaf clover. Well, it was a 3-leaf clover, but. Oh, I can't afford it. It's an arrow saying that I should go this way. Back home, please. It's a greed shrine. I don't know what that means. Oh, this is a purple chargy tome. Pickup range. Let's do pickup range. Ugh. I just wanted to break that box. See, the thing says it's, if you get close enough to the boss portal, a red arrow will show you. Oh yeah, I found it. But do I wait? Should I wait to get into the boss portal until I'm like pretty like leveled up? Or should I just go into the boss portal? Ow, ow. Okay, don't get that close. Oh my god. Lifesteal. There's a trail of fire behind you. I want that. You can activate it whenever, but there's speed runs if you want to defeat them under 6 minutes. And I kind of just want to be super powerful. Stone Golem is here. I'm not seeing any shop, guys. I want a shop. Have I been this way? I don't remember. I think I have. I gotta go left. Leave me alone. Hello, Pocky. What I get? What I get? What I get? Moldy cheese. 40% to poison enemies. Okay. Fire and poison. Not bad. Let's do precision tone. Even maybe if I don't hit hard, hit fast, maybe I can hit hard. Oh, misters, don't go up. Alright, I'm gonna do this because it's here. Oh! I don't think I meant to do this. I don't think I meant to do this. Oh no, I'm gonna die! Naruto, get away from me. Get away from me. Each character has its own abilities, so Ufi gains armor with each level and Fox gains luck. I'll play Fox on the next one. I feel like Fox is gonna be near. Yep. What? Maybe him skillish? I got 5 silver though. I don't think I got enough silver though for Mega Chad. But I'll play as the Fox. It doesn't look good. What doesn't look good? What doesn't look good? Do I have to click for this one? Oh no, it looks like it automatically. Projectile speed. The way you died? Yeah, a little bit. You're not wrong. Epic gain 8%? But isn't... Why is this one better than this one when these two are better than this one? Look at how rare your upgrades are. High rarity, better upgrade. But it doesn't make sense. This is epic and this is uncommon. Wouldn't epic be better than uncommon? I want the damage one, I think. I'm gonna take it, but you, if you have a reason, then $30 yet? I don't have $30. I need like the big sock. Those has different base stats, but both of them were like +1 projectile count, +18%. I want this one, but 2 of them were like crit chance, I think. Fire stack. I'll level up my fireball and be able to do 2 big fireballs. Some upgrades are negative too. Okay, so I actually will need to read that one. Ooh, it's a blue one. Let's take this. Cooldown, attack speed, shoots arrows that pierce. I want this one. I want to be able to shoot a bunch. It's yellow! Zawado! Fucking. Upon taking damage that would kill you, freeze time breaks after 1 use. I like it. I like it. Like elite spawn or difficulty. Oh, so that one was a negative. Okay, that makes sense. Can't afford that one. What was that? Stonks. Money time. He's giving me stonks. What are you? That's a mana skeleton, isn't it? Oh shit, there was a lightning staff? I clicked it too quick. I guess I want a flame walker. I want anything that has to do with fire. I wanna be a comet. Microwave duplicates items of the same color, but you need at least 1 other item of that color to duplicate. Well, interesting. That thing will I'm presuming that that's the boss portal. Okay, yeah. Flame walker, big flame walker. Oh, I didn't charge it. I thought that was that. Like you destroy your fork to get another Zarudo. But I don't have another fork right now. Hold down toe. Projectile speed toe. Projectile speed or I want to do attack speed. I want to be a machine gun. Damn. Look at me go. Like I said, I want to be a machine gun. I want my fireballs to sound like that. I want them to go boop, 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 boop. There's a gold chest over there. I want that. Stone Golem, I don't even have to talk to you. My projectiles will get you. This is a green apple. Another flame walker? I want this one's a red. I got this one. The gold bone. I want the gold bone guy. Get the gold bone guy. Not getting the gold bone guy. I prefer projectiles, but different upgrades play different styles. That's fair. Well, that box is open. I'm personally, when I play games, I really like melee stuff. Oh god, Jesus Christ. I like melee a lot, but I want to try everything in this game. I want to give it all a chance. Fire staff. Give me fire staff. I'm sad I didn't do the lightning staff. But hopefully it'll be presented to me again. Oh. I need to get the fuck out of here. I need to get the fuck out of here. I need to get the fuck out of Dodge, bruh. No, my tome. My Zawardo. I have 2 weapon slots right now. Oh, okay. Okay, can I go back that way now? Leave me alone. My box is open. Give me this box. Thundering mitts. Upon hitting an enemy, clap their cheek so hard it generates a fucking lightning strike, bro. Not about it. Flame walker. That was a nice color. This one. +1? Oh, look, there's a shop guy. Hey, man. Cast blood magic on hitting enemy, damaging nearby, healing. And healing for you for some... So, scarfed. Like that. There's like a gold chest around here. There it is. Sees it. Sees it. Sees it. Oh, these are different types of skeletons. Oh, okay. There's another gold one. Fire staff. Ooh. Reflect any. Yes. We'll be invincible. I will be unstoppable. Spicy meatball. Yeah, fuck you, stone golem. You think you're shit, bruh? You think you're shit, bro? Get out of my face. All of you, away from me! I wish to be still on this portal. Lifesteal. Let's do lifesteal. I am fire. I am the Firefox. I am the browser. To kill all browsers. Fire staff. Try to best me now. What if I so what if I play until like the time is over? Like, will it send me to the boss portal immediately, or will it just like or like, will it just end? You have to activate the boss portal. Oh, I have to activate it? Oh, okay. Go activate it then. Final wave goes on forever and keeps getting harder. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Alright, I'll go activate it then. Box. You can't do bullshit to me. I have so much fire in my boots. There's a snake in my boot. Oh shit, this was not where it was. Excuse me, sorry, excuse me. The best flame walker coming through. Ooh, thank you. They're blocking my way to the portal. Excuse me? You're walking away to the portal? Little bark. Kiwi, this spawned the boss! Kiwi, this spawned the boss! Fire's there. Go, 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 go. We gotta get out of here. Wait, maybe we can stay for later. Well, the last I've been trying to get is survive 6 minutes of the final wave. That does sound. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Why are there 2 bosses? Why are there 2 bosses? Yeah, I've tried to activate something close to the portal. It'll send it. Huh. Hold on. I would like a bite of my food. I'm sorry. I chugged a good bit of my high advanced my weed drink. Now I'm a little peckish. Man, Trader Joe's shrinkflation makes me sad. They have these like pretzel sticks and you put in the oven and they're really good, but they made them smaller. Okay. I need help. I need a heal. I need a heal. I don't trust myself with those. I need a heal. Please. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Oh, it's not really what I wanted, but that works. I mean, more damage means more lifesteal. Faster lifesteal, I guess. So actually. Blast that music. And now run away because it's really loud. Oh. Ow. Oh, I got yellow flame walkers. Let's go. Blue fire staff. Give it. Oh my god. What is happening? What's happening? Why do I keep leveling up every 2 seconds? Oh no! No. Damn. He did that right in front of me. Cool. I have to unlock Chad now. I want the, but oh, I don't have enough for the banana ring. Ooh. It look like the cultists will summon multiple bosses. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen that one. All the different skins. I don't think I'm gonna like playing this guy. I'm gonna try him. Am I like a paladin? Oh, my gold. Not bad. Oh. Ow, ow. Size tome, a gold tome. Oh, she's a size. I wanna be big. Get projectiles with him? Really? And projectiles? I thought you would want like bigger, more big. Yes, thank you. I like that. My headset is dying again. Son of a bitch. Okay, hold on. I have to switch my headset out. Ow. Down here. Oh, the jukebox. Ow, ow. Bigger. We want to be bigger. Jump height, crit chance. Let's do thorns. My best chance with him. That's what I thought. Is that like a golden one? Size. How much money you cost? 72? Give. Oh, now I get more XP. Yeah, let's go. Lightning says someone's lightning that smites nearby enemies. Let's do that one. You said range was pretty good on them, so I'll get those both. Oh, there we go. Luck. Or obviously. But I can't afford it. But my chin, it's so massive. I didn't pick it up. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Sorry. Fuck. I just want my XP shards. Ya mind? I like that thing's getting one shot. It's kind of funny. Why does it say flex? Because if I flex, I will negate damage. Like when I flex, like it negates damage. It makes me invulnerable. Oh look, my aura's so big. I have big dick energy. Oh please, for the love of God. Oh my God, you just barely outrun then. I need more stuff. I want more stuff. This way. Oh my God. Just keep running, just keep running, running. I like a little more attack damage. Oh, I can't afford it? What do you mean? There's a green one. And I'll take it. I mean, I'll take it if I can get it. What do you mean swarm incoming? I'm still dealing with that big guy. What's his size? Bigger. Damage to the lead, movement speed. Ow. Cheese. Losers. Can't even get close to me. Lightning stat. Did I accidentally summon the... No, I don't think I did. Okay, the wrench. Sized home. Oh, I didn't read that. My bad. Little health thing? Regen lightning staff. I wish I could trade, like, one of my tomes for something else. Personally, I wish I could just change that regen tome to something else. I don't know if you can do that, though. Let's keep looking around. Oh, wait, I want to do this. Oh, just some 3 ogres. I got that. They can't even get close to me. Okay, wait. Okay. The wrench. Is there any shop guys around? What's that one? The magnet one. No, but you can buy up to 4 tomes and weapon slots with silver. Oh, okay. More damage. More damage for my oil. Get away from me, you, shapeless slime. You could never wish to be on my level of chinnery. Alright, I think I'm kind of good on size. I think from now on, I'm just gonna do good. That's a boulder. Just a boulder. Look, can I do a 2-for-1 with these? They're kind of close together. I don't know if I can. Damage, please. A knockback damage, gold gain. Okay. Nothing can touch me. Bro, get out of my bubbles. I don't like it when things don't die instantly to my bubble. Open chest. Battery. Thank you for the head pat. Is that a secret?
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl.
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. Find and activate all the boom boxes on the forest. Let's go. I can take another challenge. So easy. I want a shop guy. So warm incoming. Pishab. My aura is so massive. Ooh, except for the big guys. Okay, the big guys stay in the aura a little longer than I want them to. I'll tell you what. The small guys, 2 hits and they're out. But we gotta get that down to 1 hit. You know what I'm saying? Use the Shrine of Suck. What does the Shrine of Suck even do? I just touch it. I don't know if it does what it does. Still like that. Lightning stab. Oh, 2-for-1, baby. Let's go. Luck. 2 luck. Pulls all the XP to you. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't use those all the time. Huh? Extra gold when taking damage. Oh, but I don't take damage. I don't take no damage. I'm a damageless bruh. Chunky, I'm the terrible. Oh man, pig guy. Well, that's okay. He can't really touch me. Or too big. Oh, a key! I found a key. kind of far away. I'm coming my... Ow. Do I have thorns already? Did I do thorns or did I do lifesteal? Lifesteal 0, thorns 5. Okay. Come back, golden skeleton! Do not throw shit at me, chunk ham. Chunk ham? Chunk ham! Oh, I killed him. I'm getting a lot of watches and wrenches. I'm getting a lot of watches and wrenches. These skeletons ain't shit. Chyla D, welcome on in. Hold on, I realize I'm not on the right. I should be on the mega bomb thing. There you go. Welcome, welcome. Hope we're having a wonderful day. If you came from the raid earlier, don't sweat hanging out. Feel free to just vibe. Something down here. I need to find the portal. I find that boss portal. Thank you. Is that boss portal? Oh shit, I gained calcium, bro. What is it? Oh, there's a present over there. Give me that. Nah, I just got here. Well, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Aura! Oh, so the final swarm is just ghosts. That's cool. Where's the boss thing? Santa hat? Found a Santa hat. 'Tis not the season, but I will take it anyway. Ants have logarithm of growth, so benefits start falling off. That makes sense. It makes sense that you would want to start having like a variety of things after a while. Ah, get away from me. Ow. Get that help. I am trying to find the boss, but I don't know where it is. Is it this way? Oh, get away! Ow. Please, boost the music! Oh my god, please! I don't know where the boss portal is! Ow! Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I died. I don't even like Mega Chad was just kind of okay. Quests! Kill 15,000 pounds. Complete forest tier 1. Oh, that means I have to kill the boss, huh? 500. Hats. I found the one I don't want hat. As calcium, kill 15,000 enemies. As fox, as Mega Chad. Okay, I wanna go back to Oomphy. Oh, what calcium? Oh my god! Wait, I could be Bone Man. I want to be Bone Man. Shrine of Suck 8 times an attraction toad. Give me that. Give me that too. Alright, I am broke now. I want to play as Calcium. Oh, he has a little skateboard. He pulls off the sickest tricks. He has bone and he's fast. He's a fast boy. Fast as fuck, boy. Man, there's a gold chest over there. Let's just see if we can grab that. Calcium gets faster if you don't take damage, but it halves when you do. Fair. He's just a little bone guy. Projectile speed. Projectiles faster. It's very interesting. This does have like a summons chunky rocks that orbit around you. That would be fucking great, man. What the fuck is that? Shake sus bush. Bush? What the fuck? What the fuck? Did I pick up? Oh my god, he has a sniper, chat! What the fuck? I am not okay with this. You fucked up? I certainly did. But kill him and you unlock him? I unlocked George. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! A little fucked up, man. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. We gotta go, Jen. We gotta leave. Rattle me bones, Batman! Holy shit! Medkit, let's go. Don't know what that does, but hopefully it helps. What do you mean? Stop through walls, you fucking asshole! Great chance projectile count. Let's go with projectile count. Oh my god! Damage tome. Oh, those are all really good, actually. Stop it. Quantity tome. What quantity tome do again? Quantity tome plus treasure. Okay, oh, it's good. It's good for us. Chunkers. More routes. I feel like out of all the characters to get against like Bush, like this isn't that bad. He's pretty fast. I think I might have took damage there. I don't know. Where's that motherfucker? He's down there. Ow! Oh! Holy shit! Run, little skull boy! He's gonna shoot you dead! I see a key over there. No! Oh, there's a lock thing. Get that key. Get that key. No! No, please don't kill me. I want to unlock the thing first and then I can die. Oh my god. Monkey! I found a monkey in the forest. Oh, I need this guy to fuck off. Damage tome? I really need help. I have money, man. No! He made that run so much harder for me. You can also adjust how game targets in settings, either closest enemy or smart target. You can focus on. I think I did smart target. Monkey. I do want to buy the banana ring and the rope pole. Purchase enough money for this. 10% chance to get shit for free. I'll play calcium again. But yeah, I did the smart one. Monkey is awesome. I like his banana ring. We got the banana ring on the first go round. That's pretty cool. Bone. Make my bone better. There's a microwave. What do you got for me, shady guy? Beacon. Charging a charge shrine will turn it into a healing zone. I want that one. I need 77 monies. Bone. I should also do cooldown. Bone. Give me more money, goblins. Bone. I didn't mean to open this. It's okay. Oh. Money. I almost have enough. Oh, there's an open chest over there. Ooh, perfect. 73, very close. 77 on the oh, it's 87. Okay, now I have enough. Now I can go stand at some beacons. Hey guys. Evasion, pickup range, pickup range. I like pickup range. Woo! Ow! Oh, there's fall damage in this game. Fuck it. Oh. Ow. Rock. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, it didn't hurt. There's a lot of bees. Oh, if I'm lucky? Oh, okay. Look, there's another guy over here. Increase damage per 100 HP. These all kind of suck. I want to go stand at some more of these charge things. Elite spawn, crit damage, lifesteal. Let's do lifesteal so I can get some health back. Okay. Just give me like 2 seconds, my guy. Damn it. Alright, let's go. Let's get out of here. I don't know what's hurting him, actually. I don't think I have poison. I just have my bone. Man. Defeat a mini boss in 25 seconds. I don't know what hurt him, though. I don't think that was me. Bone. Being picky. Being picky. I want my chonkers again. Bone and aura though. Bone would be pretty good. And aura, that wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, so if it'll give me aura, I'll take aura actually. I'm gonna wait for aura. There's a chance to heal 1 HP per hit. We don't have a lot of HP. Oh, my cheese! I forgot about my cheese. Ow. Fuck. Oh, fuck. fuck? What's up? Why are we all fucking vexed? Oh. Is it because you forgot that it's Friday and you have to send me TikToks? I guess you don't have to. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Ow. Pull down attack speed. I guess I would like attack speed. I have to go to Costco this weekend. Any of the Costco's by me is the busiest. Oh, shit. I have to go to Costco this weekend. Any of the Costco by me is the busiest in the season. Oh, because it's gonna be busy. That makes sense. Shop! Manually select what music to increase silver earned. I only have $5. Now I have $7. Yippee. Did I buy the banana ring yet? I want this. And I want it. I like playing as Calcium. I'm gonna keep playing as Calcium. I like Calcium. He's fun. Alright. I forget, I can't afford those right away. That healing station thing was good, so I'm sad that I died. Bone. Still want to do, I think, bone and aura, I think. Or bone and banana be good too, I think. Thank you for the wellness check. I'm gonna drink some normal water. And I'm gonna drink some weed water. But hey, it's pretty fun. I get to be a skeleton on a skateboard. You're just mad that you can't also be a skeleton on a skateboard. Bone and banana would be better since you move fast. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'll take bone and banana. Lightning staff was cool, but I'd rather have bone and banana if I can. Fun is implied. This is true. This is the funnest time to have. Oh my god. Oh my god. He blew up. I'm in fact jealous I can't be a skeleton in a skateboard. That's what I'm saying. It's pretty cool out here. I am not touching that bush. That bush can fuck the fuck off. Until I could be a skeleton on it. You could be if you wanted to be. Projectile speed. Ooh, there's a bunch of things over here. Oops. Why doesn't completely reset? Damn, surely. I don't do max HP. I don't own a skateboard. Fair. You can make one out of cardboard. Just make one out of cardboard. Easy. Knockback. I'll take a damage tome. Wouldn't mind a damage tome. Skeleton on cardboard. Yeah, on cardboard. Cardboard. They're not as heavy as normal humans. Damage. Oh. There's another suspicious guy over here. I want to do that cultist statue. I want to try out a cultist statue. I don't know where it was though. Oh, the aura one. Let's do the aura so we have it. I think that having the aura would be good. If you really think about it, you are a skeleton just wearing a protective skin suit that only needs to ride a skateboard. You're right. You're thinking outside the box. A box that I did not know that existed. But a box nonetheless. There's a nuke over there. Projectile speed. Projectile speed. I wish I killed the shopkeep. I think that would be funny. Let's do damage for now. Chunk ham. Chunky ham. Less thinking outside and more thinking inside the flesh. Where's that portal? Oh, there's a cultist thing. Where's the cultist thing? Did it do anything? I didn't really do anything. There's a chest right here I didn't touch. Cooldown tome, agility tome, and size tome. Right now I have what, a damage tome? Let's do size. Does that affect my bones? Do my bones get bigger if I do size? I would like to know. Swarm is not a great thing to have. I'm gonna be told. I think Chunk Ham is falling through the wood. I'll get a little more health. The health thing over here. Ooh. I always get a tome when I can, that's fair. Damage tome. It's a good tome. I just want to know if it makes my, like, would it make my bones, like, really, really big on the screen? Bone. My bone would be better. You can't catch me, I'm a gingerbread man! Let's do size again. Not range is more accurate? Oh, okay. Thank you for the head pat right there. Let's do damage time. Oop, I don't know what that was. I don't know what I clicked on that one. Though there's a tornado weapon that does get bigger when you increase the size. That's fair. Size, tone, damage. I want the damage one. Damage looks pretty damn good. Ooh, damage tome epic. How much damage do I do? I think I only do... Yeah, I don't even get in the hundreds yet. But damage tome. I need to get into the thousands and then I'll go fight Bush guy. Luck. More stuff around here. Hurrah! They keep coming back to pick up the little XP things. Whee! Hello, Mr. Ogre. You do not scare me. Oh. Burger. Jeez. I like the poison damage. Poison damage is nice. Burger. I'm hoping I can get that charge statue that's up there. Burger! Grab Burger anyway. There's another cultist statue. Oh. Oh, what's this? Shield protect. Whee. Size dome. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Oats. Oh my goodness, oats. I think it's over. I am in the wrong direction. Credit card! Let's go. Let's do damage tone. What is happening? It's nice to... A swarm incoming. What a gear. Don't mind if I do. Whee! Where's that? Where's that chargy tone thing? Oh. Whee! Damage. Oh, there it is. There we go. Let's do movement speed. Fuck it. I'm fast as fuck, boy! Oh, I'm fast little guy on the skateboard. Oh, there's another one in here. This one's pink. Pick up rank. Aw, well, damage would have been nice too, but that's okay. Por gear. Ooh. Bone! Epic bone. Well, there's stuff down there. I didn't see that stuff. Let me go down there. Why are there 3 stone golems? I pray tell, are there 3 stone golems upon my screen? Size, and talk to the statue. Increase luck. That's the cultist statue? Bruh, I activated like 3 of those. Ooh-wee. I may have fucked up just a little bit. Ooh, 10% chance to get free chests. Size. What's up? What's up, big guy? I'm stuck. Oh. I kinda wanna summon the boss. Summon the boss. Oh, I'm going the wrong way to summon the boss. Ow, I wanted that health. Actually, I think I was good on health, that's why I didn't suck it up. I think it's put over here. Oh, this just led me to a boss. Oh my god, I thought I died. Whoa. I am not touching another cultist. Oh shit, they're breaking the world. They're breaking the beautiful world. Because that final wave is about to come at me, and I'm not really ready for it. Ow, ow, ow. I forgot that he does that. Whoa. I need to fight the final boss, quickly! I turned it off. Where's the goddamn boss statue? Please. I don't know. The map has a lot of colors and I can't tell. Oh my god. Oh, we just gotta keep schmoovin', chat. We just gotta keep schmoovin'. We just gotta keep schmoovin'. We just gotta keep schmoovin'. Tab. I pressed tab. There's a lot of colors that I don't know what they mean. Oh, the black guys. No! Damn. Okay. I got 15 silver. Oh my god. Wait, can I? Oh, the revolver? Buy. Hold on. Let me buy things and then we'll go watch TikToks because I gotta go. I gotta go play Valheim because I promised my friends I'll play Valheim. Use an interactable summon ghosts. The big red one is the boss portal. Huh. I didn't see that one. I just saw big angry red dots and a lot of chest dots on my screen, if I'm honest with you. Alright. Refresh. We'll watch Flames first because Flame sent it to us. So I want to give them the first one. I do not like it. The silly cow. Oh. Or bottle. Oh, because he's a French bulldog. Just out of my paws. As I'm still sending, of course. Of course you can. Oh my. That in the body of a cat. Oh. What have you put on my head? Alrighty. We'll do Q is first. And I will scroll. Let me scroll. Please let me keep scrolling. Oh, I saw memesies. Is update to memesies? Oh. That was a good meme. I liked her meme. Damn, that's crazy. Wait, did I skip one by accident? Okay, no, I didn't. Damn, that's crazy. I was like, wait a second. I saw the video was still going. Out of space, I'm away for blood evolution in my veins. Gone, I'm away, I'm a woman now. Take a move, start a waves. For a long time. Go time. Intelligent no AI. Illusion, I am not guilty, I'm an intrusion. You think I just float. Gravity, I just need go. Oh. Earthquake rumble. Forever stumble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble. I fucking love Godzilla. Oh, weird. It's the guy on the right. His thing is coming in through my right headphone, and the guy on the left is coming in through my left headphone. Hi, Moon. I will live forever, but I did lose my streak. I'm sorry. Yeah, yesterday was a short stream because we had D&D, so I wasn't streaming as long. So I'm sorry that you lost your streak, but I'm glad that you'll live forever. Shing. I got this. Mine. It was your heart on the line. My life is ruined. I'm so impressed by singers that can do this. I think it's so cool. I gotta work. I could have said it. I watched TikTok instead. That's okay. I don't know what to do. That was really good. Ooh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. I like this cat a lot. Oh, let me say this. Ooh, oh, ooh, ooh. Oh. 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 Oh, poor Midas. Oh, he's so fluffy. True. Wait, I wanna see it again. He's so fluffy. He's so fluffy. I saw this. I saw the cow and the sheep one too. But I don't know if there's a dog one yet. Sniff us, sniff us. Oh! Yo! Fucking just smacked him on the ace. I don't have a backpack. Need that as a charm. I know, right? I love Jerk Steve. The timing is insane. I'm back from getting food. Welcome back. I just saw Fluffy Chopper. He's so cute. Oh no. These are so well edited. What about the hot dog? Wait, what about the hot dogs? I'm scared. I'm scared of this. I'm afraid of this. This isn't a porn one, right? Oh my god, no, it's not. No! No, no, no. Oh, I saw this one. It's a 90s bowling animation. That's fucking crazy, though. He's a little bee. He's a little doggy. Hello, mister. I like this picture. Oh. Nice. I like the person that put the Luffy hat on it, but I'm sad it didn't fit. I don't know who needs to hear this, but have you ever wondered if dollar bills in your wallet or purse were ever in a stripper's butt crack? I bet you are now. Have a great day. I feel like they smell weird. Like they smell like perfume. Let's go. Oh, really? That's cool. Fair. Oh. Hey, bud, how's it? That's why I don't keep my phone charged, man. Yeah, my Twitch is always... Yeah, my Twitch is in a folder. Also, my Twitch has like an icon over it. It's like a customized icon, so it doesn't give me those shortcuts. Purple cows! When do we get to Okay, so when do we get to this in fucking One Piece? Toriko? Oh, I thought that was Dalton's voice actor. That's why I thought it was One Piece. Is Toriko the one I think it is? I can't type. I'm too high for this. Toriko. It is. Okay, bet. I mean, it sounds really fun. I've seen a lot of clips of it. The poor baby. The baby, the fuck is wrong with you? There was a crossover with One Piece, Dragon Ball, and Toriko. Oh. The baby's like, I don't fucking trust you, dude. I saw this. I want one. I want one. I want my credit card to be in it. Because I'd have to be brave every time I use it. Do you accept magic? Oh, yeah, yo, that's sick. Dude, that would light up anybody's day. I got this! He has multiple ones, though. Oh, damn, this is the one I saw. I like his Los Pollos Hermano shirt. $10. I'll give you $5. Mm-hmm. There's an ender eye on the wall. Yeah, there is. They're having a little meeting. They're having a little conference. You see, they're presenting. Doesn't know what it is exactly. They're having a little. Oh fuck! I don't have my mouse on. Oh, mouse. They're having a little meeting, and this is the teacher, and they're like teaching all the babies how to be baby turtles, and then this baby is the two in the back are kissing. Yeah, they're in class. They're kissing. They're like. Mwah, mwah, mwah. And then this one, he's like the star student though, and he's giving a presentation on how to build a baby turtle. Huh? Huh? Is it gonna pull the? This makes me uncomfortable. I feel like I'm looking at a butthole. Is the seed gonna come out? Ew. Why your ball like that? Bruh, me. Let's say, but my wife didn't see it. How do you not see it? They have a table and everything. Sorry, I'm turning on my cat's blanket. Oh my god. Sounds like an old man. Love it. Love it. I don't like that one. I don't like that. I don't like that one either. That's the famous one. What you Momo. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, tiny baby. He ate the table. Come here, Momo. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Moira has come to watch TikToks with us. She's in my lap. Oh! That's crazy. Thank you for the head bat. Boop, boop. Bleh, bleh. Yeah. I saw a video about this. You to finish one? Okay. Why is there a skeleton that just runs around? I didn't like that. It was spooky. Wait, okay, wait. I didn't finish it though. That was really scary. Did he just call you? Okay. Oh, guys, did you see that? Huh? Their paw. I'd rather just use my shoe. Fair. God damn. God damn. Look at all these artists. I like that. Toby is so fat, he gets angry whenever anyone else is eating and he's no. Oh, poor baby. I love it. Me too, Toby. Me too. On God, though. Hello, Taylor. That poor little guy. I don't know what's his name. Medic. My Walter. Today, River plays. Well, let me go know how it goes. Sweet Jesus. You have fat fingered pig. I'm taking the stick back, Elmo. Oh. I only had 3 lines. Guilt. I am bad guy. I'm trying to get the first one better. Whoa. Mm. That's cool. Yeah, you beat him up. It's research. Just the tip, just the tip. So, what is this? Oh, I don't like this. Not gonna lie, it makes me a little uncomfy. He want the fish. Oh, he don't want the small fish. Oh, what is his? Oh, he hiding. Why he's so shy? Oh, his eyeballs freak me out a lot. Huh? There's a little shimmy. That generally could be research. Exactly, it could be. Walrus. You big waddle. He cannot fit. Ooh! This was me. That was me. That was my reaction. Holy shit. They're like one of those stress balls where you squeeze in the eyes. But I know. That's what makes me spook. It's Morbin time. Was that a face reveal? Yeah, it was. If only I was that handsome. 1 more billion. Damn. I just hear Sayu. I don't hear Deadpool. I hear Sayu. Okay, baby. I dare you. His rare line has a 6. Really? Oh, we gotta eat it. He's gonna eat. Oh. 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 He's doing the poopy. Yeah, dogs do a poopy walk. Dogs have a poopy walk. When they're about to poop, they have a poopy walk. Oh, wow. Yeah, the cat on the... Yes. The cat's burning. Oh. Oof. My old dad dog would do the typical dog pee stance to poop and the poo stance to pee. That's crazy. They just had it a little backwards. Aw, they're all enjoying the song. Unwrap the beacon. Dude, this is amazing. I love the Laffy Taffy, the banana flavor. That's my favorite one. Polando. That was awesome. This guy needs to do full covers. Gonna go far, kid. I can't rock out too hard because my cat's decided that she wants to take a nap in my lap. But this shit slap. I got you, baby. That was really good. Sitting is the opposite of standing. Sitting is the opposite of running around. Sitting is the opposite thing to do. Am I learning how to draw feet? I don't want to learn how to draw feet, man. I don't like the comments. Why are they so long? Why is it a hand? God damn it. God. Oh. Oh. Is that a foot thumbs up I saw? That was a foot thumbs up. You saw, yes. They made her black? They made Vivi black? They're really pretty. Dude, we just watched all this. Vivi is Egyptian and Usopp is black. Oh, okay, okay, okay. That's cool. I like it. Feel so bad for people who don't work out their feet at all. Like, how are you gonna pick stuff up from the show? That's actually true. That's fair. Mr. 3. That's actually kind of sick, though. That's actually kind of sick. March 10th, huh? Since she did such a great job pitching my game, my daughter wanted to try to be the voice of the talking berry thing in the forest. Rot comes for us all. I love that. That was very cute. Dude, that's so cute. I got this on my For You page, but it was gay boy. And I also got the Asian boy one. It's this one. I got this one. Good night, Moon. Mwah. Sleep well. My cowboy will give you little biscuits to say good night. I wanna dance in the light. Stay gold, gay boy. I'm glad that came up on your FYP too. Yeah, it was fucking great. Because it's true, I know. It's 100% true. Dance in the light. Oh. This animation is sick. I'm already diagnosed. Hoodie. He's so sweet. He's so sweet. He's so big. Oh. This is crazy. Oh. Oh. I liked when she was like, "It's really my girl." Oh. Beautiful, yeah. Oh, my girl is home. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, oh yes, sir. Mama, are you comfy, Goob? You want the fish? Oh. Oh no. Why would you let your cat do that? Oh no. Oh no, cat too big. Like, what? Oh no, his head gonna get stuck in the cup. Anyone not wearing a primary color? It's a ball. What the fuck? There was a crossover episode? The triceratops has indigestion. What the fuck? What's happening? Is he waiting for a date? Anyway, it's not a primary color. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Low key, this make my head hurt. Woohoo! Hi, Taylor. No. Oh, he's climbing. Oh, fell apart. What eventually? Oh no, is he gonna slip? No, you got this, buddy. No, you got this. You got this. You got this. No! No! That's fucking crazy. But did this pirate ever give up? No, the frog will try again. I hope so. That is not what I expecting. I love these. He bumped his head. Oh no. Fuck. It's the official bug juice? Oh shit, it is. I thought it was just a fan animator. I saw this. Now they're all big chickens. Oh. Garfield Maxing? That's Garfield Max, I'll tell you what. Huh? He hungry. Oh no. Okay, fair. They sit so rotund. I saw this one. Oh. They are dreaming of food. Should try to kick it. God damn it. Sniff. Ew. I can't believe they addressed the transformation scene. I'm Scottish. Oh. French fries too? But nuggets. Oh. Yo, that was crazy. That tripped me out a little bit because the TikTok AI voice, that's BLT's voice. Holy shit. Dude, that fucking scared the shit. I was like, what? What the fuck? That was crazy. That was crazy.
Boo.
Well, that was his old voice, I guess. Technically. That scared the shit out of me. Okay. Okay. Now we gotta watch Kiwis. Not Kiwis, Vexed. Vexed turn. Gotta scroll. I also have to refresh and then I can scroll faster. Faster. If it wants to load. There we go. That's true, Vex. That is true. I apologize. Scroll. Oh, I go too far.
You made it to the next checkpoint.
Yippee! We start with this one? It hasn't loaded yet. Why didn't it load? Why can't I load these ones? Then you refresh again? TikTok, please. Boop. Hello? Yo, TikTok, why you being mad weird, man? Don't be mad weird. Boop. The one after the video I posted, I think you forgot the checkpoint. I thought I did the checkpoint. I might have forgotten. Hold on. I just need the videos to load. TikTok is not like loading the videos at all. Please. Let me wait for the latest one to load, and hopefully the rest of them will load. TikTok is being homophobic right now. Really, truly, 100%. A login with another. Oh, it loaded one of them. Can I click on it? No. Hold on. Let me use a different browser really quick. Where is Chrome? Login. Oh, boop. Load on the other one. It's not loading in Brave. It's also not loading in Chrome. It's just like hella annoying. It's not loading on either of my accounts. Or not accounts, but like either browsers. Please. The government finally shut down the fucking bruh. Don't do this. I mean, to be fair, TikTok was taken over by Oracle today. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but that did happen. I can't. They're all just grayed out, which means they're not load. Oh, one loaded. Please. Why? Why? Maybe go higher and scroll. This is as high as it's letting me scroll. Oh, maybe not. Why? I don't know. See, like this one loaded, but it's not letting me click it. Maybe. Okay, hold on. Boop. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Can you scroll up a set? The problem is that like I can't watch one because like it's not loading or it doesn't let me click on the ones that look like they load. So I deleted my cookies and hopefully that will help. Can I watch TikTok at all? Okay, so TikTok itself works. They're still grayed out and I don't know why. Hold on, let me see if I can watch them on my phone. Boop, 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 boop. Are you on desktop or are you on mobile? I don't Is it my internet? Hold on. Maybe let me see if it's my internet. Oh, is it my internet, bro? It might actually be my internet. I'm on desktop Firefox. Okay, give me a second. I'll download Firefox for this. Yeah, Kiwis were broken as well. They're not broken on my phone, but that's only if I use mobile. Like even like the one that Flame sent me, it's not loading it. So let me wait. Let me download Firefox. I'll just download it. Just in case. Just in case. Not now. TikTok. Hold on 1 second. This one. This one again. It could just be Chromium stuff. Oh my god. Just verify your identity by entering the code sent to. Oh, okay. Just took a second. Think it's your internet. It also works on Google for me. Okay, let me check Firefox. Yeah, it's like it's my internet. I loaded one of them. Oh, bruh. Okay, what do I want to do? Yeah, I don't know. Like it works on my phone. So I'll do this. We're gonna game it a little bit, okay? This one, then this one, and then this one, and then all the booty decks. This one, and then this one, and do something very roundabout, chat. I2 Becky, did you try PC2? I did not. Okay. Alright. Gonna do something a little funny. Oh, wait. Let me turn these on. Next. TikTok. Okay. Wait. Okay. Watch. Okay. And then if I go properties and I make this fucking. Oh, man. Okay. If I got this, guys. Don't worry. I got this. I got this. Fuck. Music. This one. Discord. I mean, if it works, it works. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Scroll up. Hopefully this works. Okay, wait, that's too far. Little Caesars is too far. Where are we? I remember that. What? Cancel. Not. Leave me alone. Wait, I remember the glow sticks. Go too far? Where am I? Too far the other way? Oh shit. Okay, I will scroll slower. That's new. Could've sworn I saw like a break that said the date. Bob. Wait, are we there? Okay, alright, I found it. Wait, hold on.
Forgot things could be beautiful.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
I forgot it was an option. I had given up hope.
This works. I'll take this.
I want things to be beautiful. Forgot that things were beautiful. Forgot it was.
At the military blockade, the message is clear. The Knox event with instant peace on. The Knox event with instant
The president has released a statement asking for calm.
Am I scared to take public transportation? Buddy, there's a middle-aged black woman who just got off work sitting in my train car. We're gonna be fine. And if some shit stirs up, I'll just yell out, hey, is there someone on this train who doesn't have time for all this shit? Sure as fuck, there's a woman named Shamise who really doesn't have time for all this shit, and she will handle it. And yeah, I should be the one handling it. I should be in the middle of this knife fight that's occurring on the 6 train. But shit, Shamise gets better results. Am I scared to take public transport?
Oh my god, she's actually gonna fucking hit me in the vagina.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Can you fit?
Yikes. Yikes, dog.
Oh god.
Wow, what a eastern fox snake. Wow. I've never seen one of those so big.
I've never seen one of those so big. Hold on. Advanced properties. I forgot to do this. I can just kind of take it off this track really quick. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. Aw. Fair. But it's still exciting. I'm excited for this. I'm excited to watch this. They're living proof of how fast nature can recover when left alone. Fuck yeah, dog. That fucking fucks, dog. Okay, wait. I have to go to the restroom really quick, so I'll be right back and then we'll continue watching these. now. All right, let me fix one thing. Because if I change this like this, I'm going to forget. I'd rather change it a little differently. I did change it. It's like, oh shit, okay. It is not changing over here, so we will just keep that off there then. Okay. Okie dokie, thank you for waiting. I'm here. I'm very excited for the Artemis takeoff watch party that we're gonna do. Gonna be very cool. Ooh. Ooh, there you go. God damn. God damn. Hey, I live there. Oh, I forgot I have to back out when I full screen it. Oh shit. Sorry. Ew. That's so fucking cool, dude. Science is so cool. Wow. Wow. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Jupiter is so pretty though. Whoa. Jupiter is so pretty. If anybody is like, a fandom is dead, that just means you're not part of the fandom, in my opinion. Just saying. Vex, I'm jealous of your For You page. You get a lot of cool edits. But I won't run a red light. That shit's illegal. That's fair. His name is Earl. Is this skit? Oh. I love that. Okay, Slay, you definitely have more trauma than me. Bro, I need this. I know. I wish this was real. Oh my. Oh my. Tree is still up before they get some lumps in their stomach. I saw this. Last one was nice. I fucking hate cows. He said the thing! I want a remake. I want a remake. I want a remake of New Vegas. I promise I will play it. Enjoying a walk in the woods, the deathly copperhead snake. Oh my. Spinashi shock. Every many book. The arts. Lucky Breaper. Too bent for the head. Oh, baby. We're Ray Ray. Oh, what the fuck? Ride you to the office. 5. But it also went. I'm mystical for real, for real, for real. The bicycle. Took some warmth. Hi, Oso. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Oh, Strange good. We're just hanging out. Say what I would want you. They were 100%. I 100% agree with this. It's been a day, but I'm chilling. Fair. No, this is true because like I feel like cis people they just go with the usual, the usual. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yes. Oh, I like them. Oh. Bruh. Bruh. Wait. I'm sorry that it's been a day or so, but I hope that maybe winding down with some TikToks can help you. The fish get away? Jesus Christ. I love this person. I didn't know they had a TikTok. They turn me inside out. Oh, the dog is a cute dog. Is there anyone in here? Yes. Oh, puppy girl supremacy. Her animation made me. On God. They used to do like alert animations, I think, and I really wanted them from them, but I think they stopped doing comms for those. Eat them. Eat them. I have all that power. Also, yeah, chilling with a cool cow brings joy. I try to deal with an elderly neighbor. I try to take care of her, but she's such a piece of work. I hope she wakes up with her socks wet. This is true. I do like that. That's funny. I'm holding the nastiest angle. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to. I guess the only good thing about the world right now is everybody is unifying in a hate. You know? The comment section was fire. Look at this. Philly waiting for the Memphis stole a tank. Philly, I need you to lock in. I like this one a lot. Memphis lock. Huh? I'm not hating at my full potential, bro. Well, John, you gonna answer? Yeah, John, what the fuck? That's crazy, dude. Motherfuckers in college realizing that you don't get a 2-day suspension and after school detention after starting a fight. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Full screen this. No, fuck it. Yeah. P game. Ready or not is fucking sick, dude. Love that. Had a minute's notice. Yeah. I like how the cymbal's spinning. That's fun. Oh! Oh, who? I got it. It was very good. Very good. Sub 5 games to try to Zoid Max. I will say, like, Project Zomboid is very it's got a lot of details, and I think it's really cool. Like a lot of minute things that you wouldn't expect. Most normal reaction: seeing your first ever character in Project Zoid get absolutely mauled and dragged to the ground by multiple zombies screaming for his life, knowing he's dead when they rip his guts out, when he chokes on his own blood just for it to be quiet and your character to rise as one of the dead like nothing ever happened. Just for you it is, this game isn't about sunshine and rainbows. I mean Clarshinu. And Blackrock and yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What? The interface. Clarshinu, truly. What? 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 The kitchen sales is goated? Bruh. What the fuck? What the I love this. I want to read more of them. We will read them on stream on Monday. I remember like it was just I love fucking with people like this. What did you hear, Star? You heard nothing. Yep. Yep. Mhm. Bubber. Bubber. Choke on democracy. I use so much oil, it's criminal. How have you got it? Is it? Bruh. Bruh, that looks so good. Bruh. Fuck, that looks so good. That's what I'm saying. Bruh. I've never seen this movie. It looks really fun. I'll favorite it so I can look it up later. Break the chain. I need to watch it. It's peak. What's it called? Pirates Band of Misfits. Okay. Dude, this shit looks actually fun. Fucking bumpin'. Me when I try winter camping, that generally is almost die and realize there's levels to this shit. Wait, he got a description in it. It started good, but it was too cold for a stove fuel to work. And then if it's too cold and you don't eat enough, you'll just and you're freezing to death. You'll just think you need to take a nap. He's polishing his rifle. Yeah. That ain't a boon. That's good. I hated jeans, and now it's all I wear. I was the opposite. I like jeans, but now I don't wear them at all. Huh? What's up? Me too, Veronica. Me too. I was really good at acting. That's true. It's why it overstimulates me. There's just so much going on. Like, how are you supposed to know? Oh, Jesus. Our wife is wearing her hood up while coloring, and I said she looks like a school Kiwi. I didn't shit my pants if that happened to me. What happened? Why didn't it die? I think there's another band that's gonna be playing. Green Day, I think. We can roller too because I can't live with. I was a death call. That's not. Oh, I would shit my pants too at that point. Me, the second one of the U.S. national teams, wins after shitting on the. Green Day and Bad Bunny are playing this year. Yeah. That's gonna be sick. I'd go karting with you. I'm not great at it, but I really liked it. I went karting once on a work offsite. It was really cool. Not a government in. Dude, that shit always looks so cool. I could have sworn I heard the lyrics as I won. I mean, hey, maybe. Maybe there's a cover like that. This is all I've been hearing. Oh, okay. Thank you. Bruh, please. I haven't gone to try it yet. Dude, this is so silly. Pizza. Vex making me hungry. Bruh, are you gonna send me a fucking Little Caesars edit every week until I get to eat Little Caesars? Is this what you're gonna do to me? Is this my punishment for not eating Little Caesars? Oh no, I'm not stopping when you eat. Okay, fair. This could be us, but it's negative Antarctic and on God. When it's so cold outside, you generally start taking storm damage, bruh. It's cold. Me time to paradise. Damn. This video is really pretty. I'm like watching it on my phone because it's like it was really good quality. The screen share kind of demolishes it. Let's put GTA 6 on the PS4, bruh. It'll die. I love her face. I like the motorcycle in the background. This is all true. You turn around and realize what's been making that squeaking noise. That's so cute. Bro, that's fucking sick. What'd your boy wear? That was a really long word. Oh my god, he's swimming to us. Means food of the tea making people. That makes so much more sense, dude, because that word was long as fuck. That's kind of spooky. Wait, but if I take it, what happens if I take it though? He's escaping. What if what happens if a woman takes it? Super periods? Oh. German word type shit? On God, Taylor. Generally throw back to when genuinely almost died to a genuine slingshot. Dude, that's fucking crazy. And bills for this call? Fair. I love these. Many women do. But what if I'm like a perfectly normal lady though, you know? Because I know like some women when they're older start taking it to like lessen menopause, I think. Oh. The red one needs to get smacked, man. The red one needs to get smacked, man. I'd be happy to take it with you though, Bex, if it doesn't have any terrible side effects. For me. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ, bro. They're gonna be bruised. I like that they plug the nose hole so they can't see. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, that's fucking torture. No, gym bros will take tea and it causes mood swings and hair loss. Also, if you have too much of one hormone, the body will produce. Oh. This is super accurate. Damn. I was hoping you could work that out. I like the cat stickers. Oh, is that the end of it? Okay. Good shit, Vex. Oh god. Let me send you a little heart. Thank you. I think I saw someone sent us a TikTok in the club activity. No, in the cubby. In the cubby. I saw one. Who the fuck put a scorpion on the moon? I like that. That was good. Thank you guys for the TikToks. I really enjoyed them. Thank you for watching them with me and hanging out with me today while I drew and I worked. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. We're gonna go raid somebody. I don't know who yet. This is me. Oh, that me. Oh, I see the line. Oh, we'll go raid Pengy. Pengy's playing Resident Evil 6. So we'll go raid Pangy. Have a good one, Cool Bean. Have a great night, everybody. Have fun with Pangy. I love you guys so much, and I will see you guys
Don't
on
forget
Monday.
to wash your stinky booties.
What the fuck? Peggy is a cool alien. Peggy is great. Here's the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. But I love you guys so much, and have a wonderful motherfucking night. On Sunday we'll be watching One Piece Sunday. Otherwise I will see you on Monday, okay? I love you guys very much. Mwah. Good night.